Hello everyone, it's Yogi here. I hope you're well. Well. It's Saturday, Aimee Stewart Day. And for me, it's a new start day. Hey, And yes, as it says on the title, I am starting a new piece, okay? And I've been thinking about this pattern for a little bit. And finally, the last couple of days. Sometimes you have a lot of patterns and you love them all, but suddenly one just pops up and starts to haunt you in your dreams. And this one was a little bit like that. Just a couple of days ago, I was kind of, looking through my patterns, and this one started to talk to me. And basically going me, stitch me, stitch me, stitch me. Just give you some hint. First of all, it's an Aimee Stewart piece. Okay, so I'm within the theme today. I'm not breaking my own rules. But also, this is not a new pattern, I don't think. I don't know how long it's been around, but I had this pattern probably close to a year. It's been in my folder and I look at it from time to time and waiting for a moment like today, because I kind of trust my instinct. And when I get a pattern, I just know I'm going to stitch it at some point, but not knowing when. And I just, allow it to mature and grow, and eventually days like this come and I just follow my heart. So yes, without holding you to your to your sort of curiosity any longer, I am going to show you the markup. Okay, guys. For me, this is a beautiful piece, and it's Aimee Stewart piece, so it's probably not surprising there. And let's have a look. I know I can see some of that. Yes. The anticipation is killing me. I know I could have made the intro about 10 minutes longer, but I won't. Okay, I have compassion for our stitchers here. So here we go. Are you ready? Okay, and I absolutely love it. I really love it. So here we go. This is it. This is what I'm stitching today. This piece is called Vintage Toys 2 as well. There's a number attached to it, but I looked around Heaven and Earth website. I could not find number 1. I'm not sure if there's a number 1 there, but this one is called Vintage Toys 2. And so maybe the first one was discontinued. I'm not really sure. But, when I got this pattern, I wasn't quite ready. I was kind of eyeing around. I was looking at bits and pieces of this pattern. And I'm really happy that I kind of just left it without forcing it. It was tempting to kind of wanting to start it. It's very much my kind of pattern. And but I kind of just left it. You probably remember there's another piece I started with quite a few of you together. It's called Sweet Shop, right? So there are certain sort of, not similarity as such. I think the style of this one is a lot more retro. It's got certain feel to it. But there are some similarities in terms of, the 4 elements that's kind of happening. And yes, I think now today's the day. Last couple of days, this pattern has been coming to visit me in my dream. And that's why it's kind of slightly unplanned, because, I didn't know it was going to kind of escalate so fast. That I went from, I would like to fancy stitching this maybe in the near future, to I need to start now. So this is it. Okay, so this is what I'm stitching today. So So this piece, let me have a look. Yes, this is, let me show you my app actually as well. So this piece is a max color. So again, regular size, but max color. And the number of stitches, you can have a look. 300,000 is kind of typical, I think, for regular size. But a lot of colors. So this one actually reaches the max number. I believe 240 is the maximum number of colors you can have for max colors. So this is, 240. And as usual, so this is a brand new pattern, obviously. So percentage 0, okay? And I am going to start the sprint here. And I'm really excited about this piece. Of course, it's the design as well. So let me start this. So it's going to capture the number of stitches I'm stitching today. And you guys know by now, we play Guess My Stitches, okay? And if you're new to the channel, I'll explain a little bit later. So with this piece, not only the fact, let me turn on the markup view. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's just gorgeous. And I try not to look into every, nook and cranny because I want element of surprises. And there's so many points that you can kind of start this piece. It would be just fun all the way. It's got everything going on there. I love it. Not only the fact that this is such a beautiful piece, but also I'm going to experiment with slightly different way of stitching it, and I'll explain a little bit in a bit. So thank you guys for joining me today on this beautiful Saturday. Up to a couple of days ago, I was fully ready to come back here and stitch Traveling Library, but plans never, there's only thing that is constant, that's changes, and plans change, okay? So this is where I am today. And so I want to say hello to you. Thank you for joining me today. And let's have a look. Who have I got here today? I'm so excited. I just want to start stitching. But of course, I want to say hello to you. And the first to report to the chat is our Rajal. Hello. Happy Saturday. Hello, everyone. Yes, absolutely. Hello to all of you. And Sarah, yes, Sarah is providing quote of today for us. Sarah says, don't be afraid to give up. Look good to go for the great. Oh, I love that. J.D. Rockefeller. Yes, I think he's kind of entrepreneur from America. So very inspiring. Absolutely. Go for reach for the moon. So, at least you get to the star. Sarah says new star. Absolutely. And Clara as well. Hello, hello. Yes, new star for Yogi. Absolutely. And we also have Christy here and Chelsea as well. And Lizzie is also here in the chat. And Callan. Hello, Callan. And Janine is here on time for the class. Yes. And Anna is also here as well. Good to see you. And Colette. And we also have Alandria as well. Good to have you. And RM Unicorn. If I knew you before, I'm so sorry. Now it's all gibberish. They only display YouTube handle. If I knew you before, let me know who you are. And if you're new, welcome. And let's have a look. Who else have we got here? Kelly Shaw as well. Good to have you. And Jackie is also here. Good to have you here. And Kimberly is also here. How good to have you. And Betty Lou Taylor as well. And Kelly. Kelly Quotes Plus as well. And Susan, hello, Susan. Good to have you. It's always nice to have, my fellow stitchers here in the UK as well. And Leslie McLean, hello, and Grace Houston, Bess Williams, and Kerry VK, and Busy Mom as well, and Lorraine Nicholson. Who else have we got? I want to say hello to everybody, and Catherine Ryan as well. Yes. Oh, Brittany. Brittany is also here, and River. Good to see you, River. And who else have we got? I'll come back and follow the chat and say hello to all of you. And Wendy, of course, Monster Mama is joining us. Well, I love that name. And Angelique as well. And Santi Holtz. Welcome, everyone. If I haven't said hello to you, I will come back to you, okay? Or just give me a little wave if I missed you for any reason. So this piece, okay, I am going to stitch on this fabric. It's 25 counts. And the reason I'm able to start so quickly without having to source my fabric is because this fabric is actually part of my Gecko Rouge piece, if you remember, that I had to abandon and start a new one on the 28 counts. So this is part of that project. Okay, so I'm making good use of the fabric there. But I did one thing before the fabric was ready. I actually washed the fabric a little bit. So as you can see, this is pre-gridded, 25 counts. And so I gave it a wash, not so much to try to wash off the grid. I don't mind it. It's okay. I prefer non-gridded, but gridded is fine. But I washed it because just to freshen up the fabric a little bit, because even though I always keep my whips in the bag, quite protected, but after 3 years of handling, things get a little bit unruly there. So I decided to give it a quick wash. I didn't soak it, okay? I didn't soak it, so you can tell the grit is still there. The lines are still there, but slightly fadey. So I just give you a comparison there, so you can tell. So this is the unwashed version, and this is the washed one. So I actually like that much better because the lines are not so in your face, but I can still see it. And I'll probably strengthen it with my pencils if I need it, but otherwise it's fine. So just in case you're wondering, for fabric like this, does it wash off? I think it does, because even just washing it for a few minutes, probably 3-4 minutes, with a little bit of soap, they're already quite fadey as they are. So I'll just give you a comparison there. So they do wash off. So if you soak the fabric after you finish your piece, completion in 20 years time, then they do come off. They come off. So 25 counts DMC fabric here. And so what I'm going to do is to stitch with DMC floss as well. So this is my plan, 1/1. So I'm not going to change that. But I am going to experiment with the way I stitch it. So there's a little dot there. It's a shock to you, I know. But I'm actually going to start from upper left with this piece. Okay, I'm going to start from upper left corner, and I am going to experiment with a little bit of color flow, which is one of Gemma's methods. So a while ago, I demonstrated the Gemma's method, kind of the original version that she had been, stitching for a long time. But I've been thinking about the color flow. And the reason I love Gemma's style is the fact that you stitch in order there, stitch by stitch, edging away from the completed area, and you don't create any floating stitches. So the reason I love it is that I don't have to come back and try to fill in little stitches there, because cross country is fun and I'll continue to do that. But you will come to a point that it becomes a little bit more challenging, that you have to come back constantly to find ninja stitches and loose stitches everywhere. So I want to experiment with this, with color flow today with this piece, and see whether it flows with 25 counts, and also whether fundamentally color flow works for me at all. I know it works for Gemma, but I have not really found the kind of, you know, natural flow with color flow. And if you don't know what that is, don't worry. You will see it happening on the fabric, hopefully. And there may be times that I'll need to bastardize it and, you know, deviate from the method, the way I understand it. So I don't know. I'm gonna just leave it to, you know, to see how it goes. Whatever works, it's great. So if not, I'll change my plan. So it's wide open there, but I'm really excited to try it out on this new start. Okay, so you know, I'm going to end 2025 with a big bang, and this is the bang you're looking at. So here we go. All right, are you ready? And also let me know what you're stitching with me. So today is Aimee Stewart, and if you, for any reason you're not stitching Aimee Stewart piece, it's quite okay. We have a back door or a side door that you can sneak in. Okay, I left it open deliberately for you. So come join us. And so this is where I'm going to start. This is upper left corner of the piece, and I'm going to bring on my work view there, okay, and also bring on the markup there, just in case if you weren't here in the very beginning when I show the markup. This is what I'm stitching on. Okay, just let me show you one more time. Oh, just how cute is that? I know I do have sort of, you know, I'm not a great fan of dolls and stuff like that, but for some reason, I just love every single item here that I can see so far. They're not scary, they're not creepy, they look very retro. And, you know, I really love this style. So here we go. And let me move my fabric here to the upper left there. And I had a sneaky peek of the pattern here, okay, the stitches here. And it looks quite friendly at this point, even though it's max colors, but there are quite a lot of I don't think it's confetti at this point, so it's going to be quite relaxing to stitch. Okay, and let's have a look. So Susan says, I think Gemma said she's going to be using gridded fabric for her next project. Oh, interesting. I've never seen Gemma does anything higher than maybe 18. I think she does have side projects that's slightly sort of, you know, higher count. But other than that, with Stitch With Me on her channels, pretty much exclusively 14 counts. All right then, let me get it set up here. So today I'm very happy. I've got plenty of needles here. My new needles arrived, the size 28 needles, so I don't have to struggle with the needles anymore. And, oh, wish me luck. So the starting point is going to be quite straightforward, I think. But as I'm stitching, I will explain what color flow is or how I understand it. I'm sure there will be elements that perhaps, you know, is different from Gemma's perspective, but you know, I'm gonna just learn it as I go. So I am going to start with the first color, okay, from the upper left there, and lo and behold, it's 310, guys, 310. So I need to set up the color a little bit. It's my, it's a brand new pattern, so I need to set up all my colors here. So I normally highlight my stitches with blue, so I'm going to go with that. All right then, so there's a lot of 310 from the first square here. So that's probably a good thing. So I can kind of ease into it. So let me pick a strand of 310 and start stitching. How's that? Oh, I'm very, very excited. Very, very excited. So let me catch up with the chat as well. And Susan, oh, sorry, Travis is here as well. Hello, hello. Let me just go back here. So Grace Huston is working on Traveling Library. Yes, that was my plan as well, but plans do change. Let me pick the right needle here. I think this one is actually 26. Got mixed in there. I can always feel it if I'm holding the incorrect size needle. So I'm using 28, size 28 needle for a single strand. And I love these John James needles. And Kerry says, I reached 20% on Mary Mushroom Cottage. 20%, that's a lot. So I've changed back to Aimee Stewart Cliffhanger. Yes, I know that piece with the book, right? Travis says, the colors that look amazing. I know, I'm just so attracted to really colorful things. I love it. And so this is my starting point. And this blue dot, I will be able to remove it in later on. So let me just strengthen the lines here with my pencil, because the thick lines are fading a little bit, which is probably a good thing, because I do get confused quite a lot with the border. All right then, let's go, guys. So I am going to start, because the first block, if you look at it, probably 80-90% is all 310. So I'm going to just go straight ahead and do just fill in this area first. But the way I'm filling in, I want to start to create, how do I put it? Why does this needle look big as well? Have I got the correct? Oh, this one's 26 as well. I don't know why I've got so many 26 needles blended in here with my 28. It's very puzzling. Let me have a look here. Just want to double check. Yes, let me start again. Janine says, I was watching Gemma earlier today. She mentioned you, Yogi. She's watching you, really? What did she say? Did she say, oh, stop watching that Yogi, that butchering my method? Oh, I would, yes, I totally understand, Gemma. No, she was being so kind to me. She came over and left a comment on the tutorial I did with her original method, and she was being so kind with it. So definitely, she's definitely one of my favorite you floss tubers. And okay, so there's so many 310s here. I'm trying to, because I want to start to incorporate the concept of color flow. So if you're familiar with Gemma's method, okay, basically it's you do not create, there are a couple of rules. They're kind of ground rules. You do not create floating stitches, that meaning that every single stitch that you make has to be attached to other stitches. And the original method, you need to at least have two sides, top and left, attached to a stitch already done, other than, you know, if you're starting a new piece. But I think with color flow, I think you only need to have one side attached to a completed stitch. Okay, it probably sounds quite abstract right now. It will become will make more sense as I move forward. So the first block is nice and easy. I'm just warming up. A lot of 310, just, you know, flat colors. So I'm gonna just do this first and establish the foundation. And I think this method will probably allow me to stitch Danish method a little bit more often. And Suzanne, hello. Suzanne says, I'm sliding in the back door and work on Unicorn Valley. I'm at 15,000 stitches left. Yes. Suzanne has homework to do, you know. This is a SAL piece. So, you know, you have to finish it by the end of the month. So, yes, Suzanne, totally understand. Coming through the back door. Mandy is also here. Mandy Moran says hello. And Travis says, I'll be working on my Pokemon piece while Merrick naps. I am enjoying the diagonal Gemma's method. Oh, Travis, yes. I do remember Travis says that he's going to start trying out with Gemma's method. And the other day, I actually got a comment as well under one of the videos, and there's a stitcher out there says that Gemma's method works really well for stamp kits, and that's what Travis is working on, a stamp kit, Pokemon stamp kit. Yes, I can see that it's going to be, you know, it's probably quite relaxing to do. Wonderful. Let me move this slightly over here. And Chelsea Salmon says, coming from the back door, crocheting a scarf for Christmas gift. Chelsea's pushing the ground rules to the limit, okay? Not only she's not doing Aimee Stewart piece, she's not even stitching. Yes, you allow. We have a lot of stitchers here in this group. I'm one of them. I'm a not stitchers, knitter. I'm a knitter as well. So I'm going to just come to the second row here. So what it is, I think color flow generally, if you're following Gemma's way of stitching, you're flowing diagonally, but instead of trying to keep everything diagonal, you're allowed to stitch following the clusters of colors. If it's coming out sort different shape, you're allowed to follow the colors. So that's why it's called color flow. And I'll show you how it happens in practice. But I think generally she's still trying to keep it somewhat diagonal. And I think that makes sense. But I think, you know, if you do it top down, it also works as well. So we'll see, you know, we'll see how it goes. And Karen Sutherland is here in the chat as well. Says, good morning, everyone. Yes, good morning to you, Karen. Oh, Janine says, Gemma said she's doing a new tutorial on the color flow method in January. Yes, wonderful. She does have one already. She made a little while ago. I saw that one. I need to catch up on her sort of newer development. I have not able to watch any new ones recently, and I will. Yes, wonderful. If she's doing a new one, maybe she's got new insight. You know, sometimes when you come up with a method and you stitch the method for a little bit, you gain new way of new approaches, and maybe she's gonna come up with new updates of that method as well. That's very nice to know. River says, working on Gnome Tinker. My daughter's friend says she would take it if she doesn't want it. Oh, yes. The finished piece, you mean? My daughter said, no, that's mine. Oh, they're fighting for it already. But River is such a, fast stitcher. She's going to finish that one in no time. I would not be able to promise anybody my finished piece. Bless them. They're going to be waiting for a long time. And Rachel Morton says, good afternoon, working on winter reading Nerk. Max color. Beautiful piece. Beautiful piece. And Kelly says, I'm going to stitch a bit more on an ornament chart. It's a cute moose. Oh, sounds very Christmassy. And Lizzie is done stitching. And Beth says, River, it's not, oh, this is to River, so I won't read that. Mandy says, what you're working on, Yogi? I'm working on Christmas in Town by Stitches So Beautiful and drinking coffee. Oh, I totally forgot to mention my drinks of today. What are you drinking, guys? I'm drinking a freshly brewed coffee, or not drinking yet. It's waiting for me. So a bit of a 3:10 start to warm up these little hands. And this piece, Mandy, is the little markup you're seeing on the right there. And I'll show the full markup in a bit, just in case there's some people just arriving, have no idea what I'm stitching. And if you're actually stitching this piece, let me know. Who knows? Maybe someone somewhere is stitching this one as well, because this chart has been out for a little bit. I got this chart maybe not quite, maybe a year ago. I'm not quite sure. A little while, and I've been sort of looking at it from time to time and waiting for the right moment. Kimberly says, starting writer's desk today, Kimberly, and then switching to a long dark. Do I have to exit and then come back from the back door? Well, yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay, Kimberly. You're a regular. So, and also you were working on Aimee Stewart, so it's quite okay. You don't have to go out and come in again from different door. Chelsea says, in my defense, they only told me they want scarf yesterday. Oh, yes. Life is unpredictable, isn't it? Yes. Things could just kick off. So 3 rows all the way there. So with this way of stitching, in a way, the blocks are less important, just like Gemma's method. Blocks are there just for your reference to get the correct location for the stitches, but they're not being used as a guide for the stitching method. If you're doing block by block, of course, the blocks will be quite critical. But with Gemma's method, you're just moving diagonally from whichever corner that you're stitching from. So I'm warming up with 310 here. I was quite surprised when I look at the upper left corner. There's so many stitches kind of in a block. I was fully expecting a little bit of confetti from the start. Janine says, I'm working on Christmas Angel stamped until dark, and go to living room to work on Amazing Circus so I can come in the front door. Yes. And yes, I think Janine's got multiple stitching spots, so she can just, most people like me, I change my hoops. With Janine, she just changed her spot, swap to a different chair, and she's in front of different project. Beth says, power drink today. Iced matcha. Far too warm for a hot drink today. Oh, Beth is just showing off. You know, Beth in New Zealand. Now it's nice and warm, and in Australia as well. And she's saying, oh, you know, I have to have a cold drink because it's just too hot. So envious. You know, summer is like a distant memory right now, even though we had a little bit of a heat wave, which is quite nice. And just keep going here. And Amira has joined us as well, says hello. And Travis says, I've started using the needle that came with my dimension piece. I don't need a needle feeder to thread my needle, so the stitching is going to be a little bit faster. Does that mean those needles are easier to thread? Yes, dimensions, they always give you a couple of needles to get you started. That's a great thing about having, you know, buying kits, because you have everything you need to start and finish. So I'm doing Danish method because literally just a whole bunch of 310. But the thing is, I'm going to sort of starting to build stitches in the shape that it's going to be slightly diagonal. So there may be occasions that I'll skip a couple of stitches, so it starts to create a slightly diagonal shape. I'll see how it goes. I think I have some idea how it's going to work in my mind, but in practice I haven't really stitched color flow before. So I'll see how it goes. I mean, switching methods is just so much fun. Six, hello Six. So good to have you. And Jackie says, Yogi, are you still planning on doing mini web parade? I would love to see all your projects. Yes, I do have plans to do that. So maybe next weekend, if everything goes well, that I don't have to teach extra classes, then we could do it next weekend, can't we? And also there's some plans to do more demos for stitching methods. And the next one, I might be doing, just trying to cover cross-country in general, and in terms of how you can use it for different sort of scenarios, combined with other methods perhaps. I think cross-country is very interesting. It's very three-dimensional way of stitching, because there's so many sort of ways you could tweak it to make it different. But yes, I would like to do at least one whip parade before Christmas. Fingers crossed. Hi, Lynn Ross says, hello everyone, need to cook lunch, but once I get done and eat, plan on working on my Christmas project. Yes, come join us and enjoy your meal. Six is crocheting. Oh my goodness, a blanket. I try not to, pronounce that word because I have no idea how to pronounce it. Have mercy on Yogi Six, and Six is drinking lemonade and have some dark chocolate later. Yes, we're all going to have some chocolate later for sure. We're going to have chocolate time. And guys, I just want to, say thank you to all of you, because sometimes we do day-to-day streams, and I kind of just go, hey, we just hang out, and I always forget to thank you properly. I just want to thank you for the support, coming to stitch with me every day, and I hope you enjoy it. That's the whole point, right? I really enjoy it, and I had no idea I would come this far as in, stitching almost every day with you for this long. because I think I started the daily stream streak. I think it was back in June sometime, and one by one, you know, we've got quite a few regulars coming to stitch with me every day. It makes me so happy, and it's just such a joy, such a joy. So I want to thank you, and of course, special thank you to all the members as well. You know I should mention you guys every day, but I always forget. I'm a terrible YouTuber, really. But I want to thank you, all the members, for supporting, because our daily stream, you probably noticed, is completely ad-free, the live portion of our daily stream. So that's where majority of the views come from, and it's completely ad-free. And so your support, being a member, really, I'm really appreciative, really appreciative. So it means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let me find my little scissors there. Here we are. But I think, you know, guys, you know, I love you all, you know, or I wouldn't be able to come back here and stitch with you every day. So it's such a joy. All right, second strand. Oh, here we go. And thank you, Janine. And Janine says, thank you too. I look forward to your stream every day, even if I'm late sometimes. Yes, Janine, come to class, come to class on time every day. But thank you so much, Janine. You know, it really warms my heart when people say that they're looking forward to the yogi time every day. And me too. I enjoy. I'm looking forward to the yogi time as well, so I can stitch with you. And the chat as well. We chat about different things every day. It's just full of surprises. It's so much fun. So much fun. And hello, Natty. Welcome. And Silver, thank you. Silver is a much better YouTuber than me, really. Everybody else is. Silver says, please feel a hungry algorithm. Are they hungry algorithms? They're starving for likes. One press of a button. Thank you so much, Lizzie. Yes, Natty, I'm starting a new piece. I know. What am I like? And Love Drunk is here as well. Hello, hello. And River says, I think my next ones are going to be Sleep Time, Max Colors, yay, and Sad Fairy. Yes, for all of you that weren't here when I talked about my New Year's start, yes, it's going to be Sleep Time. It's a supersize as well. And I'm really looking forward to it as well. Looking forward to it, to all the project. But I am going to start a supersize Sleep Time as my New Year's start. But today I'm focusing on this one. I'm loving it. And I can't wait to switch to a different color as well. But I am going to complete most of the 310 stitches on this block. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one as well. I'm going to take it all the way here. Michelle Fuller says, just signed in. What's happening, Yogi? New start. I know. I'm going to show the markup in a bit, okay? Yes, in case some people just join and kind of very confused, looking at Yogi's fabric and go, what on earth are you stitching? I know. Hang on. Let me just come down here. See you later, Chelsea. Yes, enjoy the study and come back to us whenever you can. Janine says, I must say, it's nice to have 2 spots for stitching spoiled. Yes, it's quite nice because you don't have to set up anything. You just move yourself to a different spot and sit down and you can start stitching. It's quite a luxury, River says, so if the color skips a stitch or 2, you don't do those. Yes, so the no floating rule still applies for color flow, but you could flow with the color. So I think the major difference is you follow the color rather than the diagonal shape, even though technically you're still keeping that diagonal direction because it's just better, easier to stitch. But I think if you have just one stitch, have the next stitch is floating away, technically you don't do it. But in my mind, I'm kind of thinking maybe there are occasions I might bend the rules. I need to go back and watch Gemma's more recent videos a little bit more, because I believe she does not create any floating stitches, even with color flow. But she allows her pattern stitches flow in different shapes. It could be very quite extreme. It could be, for instance, she's stitching a peacock, so there will be shapes that literally just come out of a stitching area following the shape of the feathers, for instance, and she just allows that to happen. So it's very interesting. I'm really looking forward to how that is going to manifest on this pattern. Travis says, Tia said, Tia is the Travis lady friend, okay? Tia said whenever she hears me watching the live, all she can think about is the cartoon Yogi Bear. Yogi Bear and Yogi, do we look alike? I don't know. That's funny. So Yogi Bear, does Yogi Bear practice yoga? 6 says, love whip parades and yogi demos. You're very good at explaining. Break it down into simple, straightforward instructions. Love it. Thank you for all your lovely time. Thank you so much, 6. That is so kind for you to say that. I like to break things down to kind of simple rules, and that's kind of just how my brain works, because I work in design, and a lot of times I create applications or apps for very complex systems, for instance, for banking, for stock market, that kind of stuff, really complex stuff. So the only way I can create sort of design that makes sense is to break things down to a really human level, and to a level even someone like me can understand. So I think that's kind of just how my brain works. Otherwise I just get overwhelmed. But that's very kind of you to say that. Beth says, Yogi, watching with you and the chat is always a joy. I know I enjoy, you know, the chat so much because you are leading the chat. You know, I don't. I'm just coming along for the ride, you know. So in a way, all the stitchers create the chat, and it kind of, you know, creates different kind of tones and colors for each stream. Sometimes we talk about really serious stuff, life stuff, and sometimes we talk about really silly things, you know. And every day I don't come in with any script or anything, bullet points. I don't have any bullet points. I just come in and sit down here and see what happens. And every single day, without fail, we have interesting conversation. So that is quite special, isn't it? Lynn Ross says, Yogi, when you end a stitch, are you doing a pin stitch or are you going down in the left bottom corner and pull up? Good question. It's a pin. It's a pin toward the center of the cross. So if there's a cross stitch here, I go right here in the middle. I go, let me do this. If it's a cross here, right, with the needles, I basically take my needle, oops, let me move it over slightly to the left, because this is the furthest I can zoom in on 25 count, so you probably can't see it. But if there's a cross there, whoops, oh, six was just complimenting me about how well I can explain things, and now I'm being so clumsy. So this is a cross, and then basically I take my needles and just stab my needle through the center, find the fabric. So it's slightly tricky sometimes with higher count fabric like 32 or 28. 25 is relatively easy. I just find the center and insert my needle through the center and push it down, and then pull it through. Most of the times, I haven't had, you know, that many occasions that needles actually come off, the thread actually come off. But if I end my thread here, my stitch here, for instance, I do not rarely, unless I have no choice, I rarely do the pin from the last stitch. I tend to take it away a little bit. So it's a kind of insurance policy for any reason. If the pin stitch comes off, at least there's a great chance the end thread, you know, the extended bit will get stitched down by other stitches. So most of the times I don't have problem. So hopefully that makes sense. Laura, hello Laura. Good to see you. And Suzanne says, I miss you all this week. I was tired out and some medical drama with Alex. Oh, I hope everything's okay, Suzanne. I did wonder about you. I did wonder where is Suzanne? Is she okay? I hope everything is okay, under control. Must be quite stressful. Lizzie says, there are times when I have to skip the Yogi Watch stitching class, due to when it starts. Yes, I think if you're in Europe or in the UK, Mondays and Fridays would be slightly tricky for you, you know. But watch Susan and learn, okay? Susan is here for the class every day. Susan is in the UK. So, yes, I totally understand. Not everybody can stay up till 2 o'clock like last night. But there's always replay, you know, so you're not going to miss anything. Callan says, I'm going to have to go look up sleepy time. Yes, a sleep time. It's called sleep time. Yes. Go look it up. And I'll probably show the markup in a bit as well. Let me take a sip of my coffee here. Oh, I can't wait. Lynn Ross is asking, who is it by, the sleep time? Is Ciro Marchetti. Ciro Marchetti. So he's quite known for tarot cards and everything, but he also has a lot of beautiful pieces. They're very different, and sleep time is one of them. You can tell the artist loves animals. Nati says, I miss you guys. Been almost 2 weeks. Been in horrible pain and ended up in hospital with surgery. Have not stitched much. Natty, I hope you're okay. Had no idea. And can we send some love to Natty, some Dolly love to Natty, and wish her better. And Suzanne as well. And hope everything is going to work out just fine for everyone. Some Dolly love, you know. Dolly represents love and care. Yes, Dolly love is coming your way, guys. Anybody needs healing, needs love, a hug. Well, you can get hugs from all of us, but also from Dolly as well, the symbol of love and healing. Thank you, everyone. Suzanne says, Yogi Bear likes his picnic basket, I bet, and some honey, right? Bears always love honey. The Disney bears, anyway. You know, as we're stitching here every day, life happens as well. And sometimes there are challenges. But we're here. We're here sending love for everyone. This is such a nice start. Travis says he and his pal Boo Boo steal picnic baskets. So they're thieves. So they're burglar bears. Janine says, I want to try Gemma's color flow method very much, but I want the right project. I think on an Aimee Stewart piece would be hard for my first time. Yes, you can watch how it turns out for me and decide whether it's right for you. And to be honest, I'm coming in with some knowledge because I think I understand the concept, but how is it going to turn out for this pattern? I'll find out. Okay, that's why I'm here for it. I'm so excited. Oh, Suzanne says Yogi is smarter than the average bear. Oh, I like that. Callan says, when I first saw the name Yogi, I also thought about you boo-boo and just thought maybe she had a little bit of obsession. Oh, really? So some of you actually thought about Yogi Bear instead. I'm not terribly familiar with Yogi Bear. I know it's probably a bear, right? Is it part of the Disney thing? I'm really clueless. You know, when I was a kid, to be honest, I always thought, well, the kids' books and kids' program, they're kind of slightly childish. You know, I was that kind of a child. I was just thinking, oh, all the other kids are so childish. I need to read some books about philosophy and all that stuff. And Suzanne says, Alex had 2 unexpected seizures in his sleep and the other night really traumatic. He bounced back to his normal self, but I've been having flashbacks. Oh my goodness, it must be really traumatic to see Alex having seizures. But I'm so happy he's managed to bounce back. Oh, send my love to Alex. And to you as well, you need to look after yourself. As a care provider, you know, that's what I always tell people. Do not, you know, put everyone else first. You need to put yourself first. Look after yourself. And I'm so happy you can be here and stitch with me today. Oh yeah, I'm going to show you the full mock-up just in case you have just joined me. Okay, I show the mock-up earlier on. So this is it. This is Aimee Stewart piece and it's called Vintage Toys 2. And I have no idea what happened to 1. I couldn't find it on Heaven and Earth. I don't know whether it doesn't exist. It's just a name. Or maybe this has been discontinued. I have no idea. But this is Vintage Toys 2. So there you go. This is my new project, okay? And Cozy Comfort by Lisa is here as well. Welcome. This is going well. Let's have a look. This one is done too. So 2 more row. 1 more. Hang on. 1 or 2. If I counted it, hang on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. So I've got 1 stitch incorrect already. Typical. But I think these colors are so similar. You probably can't tell the difference. So I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Yes. I think for me it's actually trickier doing mostly same color within the block because I just keep going and stop counting. So here we go. So no boxed in stitches. So what I'm going to do is to move 3 stitches from the right. So I'm going to start to apply Gemma's color flow rules. So you can look at the my pattern there. On the bottom right there are 2 more stitches. But if I do that, I'm going to create boxed in stitches. So I'm not going to do that. So no floating stitches, no boxed in stitches. So in the past, with Gemma's method, I found it less kind of less meaningful working on using the method on 25 counts, because the whole point, at least for my for me as a stitcher, the benefit of Gemma's method is the fact that it makes stitches nicer and flatter, particularly for 2-strand stitching. So Gemma's method is really good for 14 counts, maybe up to, I say 20, for me anyway. Because beyond that, you start doing single strand stitching. So it's less useful, I could say. But the reason I want to do color flow for this one is out of curiosity, but also this way of stitching does not create any floating stitch, any ninja stitches. You know, you don't ever have to come back and try to find loose stitches everywhere. So this is the attraction for me, on top of the curiosity. All right, so another strand done. Let me have a look. Janine says, hubby got a COVID shot and flu shot at doctor's yesterday. Now he's so sick. Poor thing. And sleeping, so that's good. I have his dinner ready for him when he wakes up. So people still get COVID shots. Are they still pushing those? Yes, I think some people have flu shots and then get very sick as well, because I think essentially you get a dose of the virus or something like that. That's my understanding anyway. So some people don't respond too well. I didn't know people still get the COVID shots. Do people still get COVID? I don't know. Hey Sanga, hello, hello. Sorry, I'm slightly behind the chat here. So welcome Sanga, good to see you. Vaduhi is here as well, welcome. Carrie says, Yogi, you're going to have an amazing stitch count today. You're flying. I know. I'm already close to 100 stitches. So what I'm going to do here is to, so the rules I sort of give myself for this piece is I am not going to keep the shape sort of diagonal, because from time to time I might want to just extend to the right and keep going if I want to. Maybe go down as well, or maybe diagonal direction. So I give myself that permission to not having to make it too diagonal if I don't want to. But wherever I go, I am going to attach the stitches with the completed area. No floating stitches, no boxed in stitches, and I flow with the colors. So these are the ground rules for me. Okay, so let's see how it goes. So from here, I am going to take another 310. Okay, it's a little bit more 310 on the left here, and then there are going to be other colors happening within this block. So I'm going to go one block below first. Jackie says, too early for power tools. I know, please. Yesterday, you know, the power tool had to make appearance and for some heavy duty, you know, operations there. But today, hopefully, the power tool does not have to come out, okay? Fingers crossed. I'm just taking a sip of water here. Right. Interesting, Natty. Natty says, happy news. My best friend surprised me with a snake as get better soon gift. She's a gorgeous snake. I don't know what to make of that, Natty. Yes. Okay. Surprise gift nowadays, guys, is to give someone a snake. And that made Natty very happy. So there you go. New friend, new pet. And I think the other day we have Alandria saying that she's got a pet spider as well. So Natty and Alandria, you know, I hope you become best mates. So 3 stitches wide. So this is where the color flow starts to kick in. Okay, so look at my pattern here. So I finish kind of the top block, but I'm leaving the bottom right corner unstitched because I don't want to break the no boxed in, no floating stitches rule. But from below, you can see there's a whole strip of 3 stitches wide, 310 happening there. So instead of going, well, I want to keep everything diagonal like the original method, I am going to flow with the color. So I'm going to flow with 310 with the 3 stitches wide down to a certain point. How far I'm going to go, I don't know. I can go and stop. I can go as far as I want to, or maybe stop at some point, okay? So let's see how it goes. So this is the color flow principle or rules start to kick in. And so normally if you stitch Gemma stitches method, you will not be able to do this technically because you want to keep everything somewhat diagonal. But color flow, you don't need to worry about that. I have seen her fabric literally having a kind of sort of almost an entire circle of unstitched area within other stitches, if that makes sense. So the formation of the stitches can vary quite a lot. Depends on the pattern. So I'll see what's going to happen with this one. Jackie says, I had COVID the 3rd time in August and it was awful. That's so interesting because if I had COVID, I probably didn't know about it because I don't have any symptoms and I rarely, knock on wood, had sort of flu or cold so much that I have to, you know, have a break from work or stuff like that. Normally it's my throat I'm more concerned about. But I kind of just presume that COVID kind of went away. So I have no idea. 1, 2, 3, 3 rows here. I need to keep track. Otherwise, the power tools will have to come out again. This one here, another row. So I'm going to keep going for 2 more rows from here. Janine says, I told him not to get a COVID shot, but he always does that. What doctor tells him? Not me. I argue with my doctor all the time. I think you should, Janine. Because ultimately, even though doctors, they're specialists of certain things and they have the medical knowledge, but ultimately you know your body best. People don't want to think that because they don't trust their own body, you know, giving them the right signals. I'm not saying do not go to see doctors. Absolutely follow doctors' instructions at appropriate times, but do not just blindly sort of believe everything they say. You know, sometimes getting second opinion is also a very good way of verifying. Kind of sanity check, you know. And also, if they're doing anything that you just, you know, fundamentally you just don't feel right about it, then you need to say it. You need to ask questions. It's your body. It's your body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I am going to continue with 2 stitches here. And also, I forgot to mention, this method, of course, involves parking. Okay, so I will be parking wherever it's appropriate. So that's why, because of the, you know, the parking element of it, it probably is better to keep it slightly diagonal, you know, in terms of the high level direction. It would keep the pass threads more tidy, I think. All right then, in that case, I am going to, in fact, I am going to, let me look at where these stitches flow. Let's read 10. So, why don't I keep going until the end of the second block? That's better, because I could technically just stop here if I want to. It doesn't matter, but just to keep things a little bit more orderly. Karen says, I ensure I have the shots. I work with very vulnerable children with life-limiting illnesses, so can't take any risks. I think that's provided if the shots actually work, right? So I think that's more of the point of debate. I don't think anybody would go against any medication that actually works well and has proven track records. I think the whole debate about COVID shots is that, you know, they are very, very new. And a lot of people do not respond very well with them. So, but we're not here to talk about medical choices. I think everybody should make the choices they feel comfortable about. They shouldn't be pressured into doing anything. So if you want to take the shots, you feel happy with it, do so. And if you don't, don't. So I think that's the best way to deal with it. Alandra says, I had COVID at least 4 times now, so I felt your pain. Wow, 4 times. But does it feel different from other sort of common cold and flu, I wonder? 2. Beth says, I still get the COVID boosters. So is that different from regular shots? I don't understand it when they say boosters. Suzanne says, because of my medical history, and Alex, oh, I just lost that. I just lost that comment. Oh yeah, got it. Because of my medical history and Alex's history of reaction after his 18 months vaccination, we don't do it anymore. Yes. These are the choices we need to make. All right then, so I've reached the bottom of the second block from the top. So I am going to park, okay, so there's parking involved. I'm going to just park down here, even though there are more 310 going on there. But I am going to park it here so I can start incorporating other colors here. So I'm going to mark it. Oops. Right, so that's my part 3 here. So I think what I'm going to do is to start from the second block and pick this color. I wonder what this color is. Oh, it's a gray, so very similar. So in this case, you can see that there are only 2 stitches here. And the next stitch is in the next block. Okay, so let me pick my thread first. 3 7 A 7, 3 7 A 7, 3 7 A 7. I need a new strand. And maybe we're gonna have a spooky bingo at some point. 3 7 A 7. So it's only 2 stitches on this block. Susan says, bless American Amazon drivers, just got delivery at 9 p.m. UK. Yeah, sometimes they do late deliveries. I don't know why, but I'm always slightly nervous if someone knock on the door at night, sort of after 7 p.m. Feels slightly unsettling. So I'm going to do these 2 stitches. So wherever you start, you need to pick a spot that is attached to the completed stitch area. So So 2 stitches here. And then the next stitch of this color is actually, I want to look toward sort of a diagonal direction and pick somewhere sensible. So this is a very nuanced stitching method. Okay, so 3 from the bottom, 1, 2, 3 will be my next location for this color. So I'm going to part there. Okay, so that's the second color done. And I'm going to come back and look at my pattern here. So I'm going to, well, it makes sense to pick the Y symbol because it's right next to the one I've just stitched. Good, so it's a blue. This one is going to be interesting. Okay, 930, 930, 930, it's a blue. Got it on my needle board. Natty is not a spider fan, so she says, in my defense, I'm all-time animal lover. However, spiders, no thank you. Are you sure? Alandra loves them. Yeah, snakes are quite okay, but no spiders, no spiders. Oh, Laura, yeah, I just saw Laura's question. Laura says, is there parking with color flow? Yes, yes. And I think parking will be required because without parking, basically, you might need to, so for instance, with this 2 stitches here, there are literally only 2 here. And if you don't part, basically you have to do 2 stitches and end. I suppose you could choose to do that, but it's probably going to be a little bit more challenging doing so. So with this blue, I'm going to do the stitches from the top here, but only 3, okay? You can see that the stitches, there's 3 here and then skip 1, and there are more to the right there, but I am only going to do these 3 and then move downwards. Oh, I can see, I'm starting to sort of, I'm getting a preview of how it's going to work. Two more stitches here. And I like the idea of not having any ninja stitches that I have to come back and find. That's very attractive. So I'm going to mark these 2 first. Jackie says, snakes I can handle. Spiders are direct ticket to a heart attack for me. So Jackie, does that mean that can you literally handle them? Can you hold a snake? I don't think I can. It's just the texture of it. Look at this. So this is where it becomes very different from the original Gemma's method. So I think I need to go back and look, but I believe this stitch, for instance, there's another stitch next to it that's happening on the fabric there, on the pattern there. So if you're doing regular Gemma stitches method, you cannot make this stitch. But I think with color flow, because I'm flowing with the color, as long as the stitches are attached to the completed area and also no floating stitches, I'm allowed to stitch it, I think. So I can have this stitch that's sticking out to the right there. But the next one, I won't be able to stitch it because if I stitch the stitch below, it's going to create the boxed in stitch for the next one. So in this case, I am going to park. So I've done these 4, but the next one, I'm parking until, I'm not going to stitch it until I stitch the one on the left there. I think it's starting to make sense in my head, but who knows? Right, in that case, I am going to pick the next one here. So I'm looking at the pattern. Interesting. 3750. 3750. Hey Bex, hello. Susan says time for hot chocolate and cookies. Oh, already, Susan. Very nice. Never too soon. Never too soon for hot chocolate. 3750. 3750. All right, it's not a blow, so I'm going to do, there are 5 stitches in this area attached to each other, and then I'm going to park. And 2 more down here. One, two, 3, 4. These colors are very subtle. And then 1 more down here. And then I'll have to park. Well, hang on. This is interesting. So color flow, right? So technically, if you look at my chart here, technically, if I'm flowing with the color, I should be able to just keep stitching, right? Because I am not creating boxed in stitches, and I'm also not creating floating stitches. So I should be able to keep going. Let's see how it goes. Let's improvise. And if I hear Gemma shouting at me, screaming, saying, Yogi, stop, then I'll stop. Until then, I'm going to just stitch in the way I understand it and modify as I go. So technically, if I'm flowing with the color, I should be able to do these ones. Lynn says, what's your belief on the vaccine? That's it. It's when, it's whatever you believe. However, I always use precaution to protect yourself and your loved ones. Yes. That's it, really, because medical choices is very individual. And, you know, it's not black and white. See what's happening here? I'm flowing with the color. So it's a whole cluster of stitches of the same color, and I'm just following the color. Hello, Nikki. Nikki says, what's going on? A new start? I'm shocked. Nikki, see, yogi is unpredictable. So, yes, I had to. And it's kind of, just happening the last couple of days. I was just thinking, well, I really want to start. And I was aware, I was thinking, but I'm starting a new piece in a new year. Do I want to start a new one? And I decided it's a yes. It's a yes. I'm going to start a new one before 2025 ends. It's happening, Nikki. I know. So I'm also doing color flow-ish. I say ish because I'm sure I'm butchering the method. But I'm going to just stitch in a way I understand it and see how it goes. So now I follow my color here and done these ones. The next locations, there's one bunch on the right here and another cluster underneath. So I can choose either way, either side to park. I'm going to pick the location that's nearer to me. So I am going to park down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. So this will be my parking spot of my choice for this color. So Nikki, if you go and get this pattern now, you can start with me, like right now. Nikki says my mouth's still open. Yes, I know. It's a shocker, isn't it? Beth says, COVID feels very different for me. It's the same level as when I have influenza A or glandular fever. And the side throats are worse than anything I felt. Oh dear. See you later, Nikki. Thank you for saying hello. Okay. Right, so the next color I am going to go for, why don't I start filling in this area? So you can see it starts to deviate from the regular Gemma's method quite a lot. So this one is over here. So I'm going to fill in these 2 stitches so I'm able to do the rest of them here. Let me have a look. Why does it look like this? 1, 2. Oh, hang on a second, guys. Oh dear, guys. So no one noticed. No one noticed what's happening. Guys. Oh no. Yes, there's something going on here. That's not correct, is it? Oh dear. Oh dear. It's bound to happen. It's bound to happen. It's a new method, okay? So guys, no power tools, okay? But I'm going to demonstrate reverse stitching, okay? So I have my part thread here. So in a way, I'm still allowed to reverse my stitches. Okay, these ones are not correct, and I just noticed now because it just doesn't look right, does it? And so here we go. This is how you reverse stitches. Okay, do it. You need to warm up the body before you do it, so you don't get any sort of injuries performing this move. Yes, guys. No one noticed. I come clean myself, okay? I don't think I can fudge. And also this is a new start. I don't want to fudge yet. I'm sure the opportunities will come. But these ones are not one vertical row off. So here we go. Oh, well, it's bound to happen, isn't it? At some point. But I just wanted to demonstrate the reverse stitching for your benefit, because we have some new stitchers here who has never witnessed the reverse stitching method, okay? So this is how we do it. You just reverse it, and it's like playing back the video. All right? It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. The fudge has come out. Oh, I didn't know fudge was going to make appearance so soon. Dear, oh dear. Yes. It's okay. It's okay. It's going to make me more mindful when I'm stitching, because I was just, you know, I got really excited with the prospect that I'm going to do something that's very different, because normally I would not stitch this way. I would not stitch these ones. So I got a little bit too excited, okay? So this is all for educational purposes. As you can see, you can just beautifully reverse the stitches and no one will notice. Just two more, and we're done, okay? And I'm going to reapply those stitches. Jackie says, we aren't looking, Yogi, everyone. Cover your eyes. Yes, thank you so much, Jackie. Keep the eyes closed, maybe one eye, even better, both eyes, okay? And cover the ears as well, just in case the noises, you know, it's too loud. Oh, here we go. That looks fine to me. I think, oh no, that's not fine. What am I doing? Let me double check. So there's 4 stitches up here, and then I know what's happening here. I know what's happening. I think it's this one as well, isn't it? Yes. Maybe just one more. This stitch is supposed to be on the left. It's supposed to be here, but I did it over here instead. So that's why it went slightly pear-shaped, but that's okay. We're back here now, okay? It's all good, it's all good. It's a learning curve, learning curve. So now I think it's this one instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very nice. And you won't even notice. You won't even notice the crime scene I created just now. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to leave it here. I think it's probably better policy to be a little bit more conservative, at least at this point. So I'm going to park it over here. All right. And come back later. So it's a little bit more open. I think I was being a little bit too adventurous. Beth says that this dream is getting me pumped for a whip parade, then a New Year marathon. Yes, exactly. And also Christmas Day stitching as well. We're going to be here on a Christmas Day. So it's all happening, all happening. Right, now I'm going to pick this one. Okay, stitch in order a little bit more. Six says Yogi needs some power drink and power snack. Indeed, exactly. Maybe I just haven't had enough power drinks and snacks. I was too eager to start stitching. So maybe I need to, supply my body a little bit more power snacks. All right then, I am going to pick my next color, which is 939. 939. Let me take a sip of my coffee as power drinks. 939. Lovely. Interesting. 939. Hello, Marsha. Oh, yes. Marsha is asking, where can the pattern be found? It's on Heaven and Earth, and it's by Aimee Stewart, and it's called Vintage Toys 2. It's beautiful, isn't it, Marsha? Jackie says that was Gemma. That was Gemma's spirit telling you that you were stepping too far out of line. Yes, Jackie, I was being a little bit slightly ahead of myself. Yes, one step at a time. Yes, I think that's Gemma talking to me from the other side. Yes, telling me to hold back my horses. I'm just charging ahead too fast. So I'm going to do these two. They're practically the same color. You can't tell the difference, but there are different colors. All right, and so in this case, well, look at the pattern here. I could go down as well, but learning from the episode that just occurred, I am going to just park it down here, and I'll come back a little bit later on. So keep things in order. Yes, I was just getting a little bit too excited. All right. So let's see what's happening here. So in order for this pattern to make sense, I have to come up again. So it's actually the same color. So I'm going to take another strand, 939. So just like Gemma's method, it's not unusual to have multiple strands of the same color. 939. Yes, very wise, very wise. And Travis says, to quote Lord of the Rings, you stitch too greedily and too deep. Oh, that's very profound. Yes. And thank you, Travis, for the golden nugget of wisdom. Lynn says, food cooked and eaten, tea made, jasmine green tea. Oh, lovely. Loads of laundry folded and now load in. I think I can finally come and stitch with you. Oh, Lynn, well done. That's a lot of stuff done before you can sit down and stitch. Amazing. So it's one stitch here. Interesting. So this one, okay, this is something that very often I do as well with Gemma's original method. So watch this. Okay, so I'm going to do one stitch here. So this method is basically you can go around the edges wherever you want, as long as the thread doesn't go behind the completed stitches. So here there is only one stitch, but there's another stitch down here I can do, because the temptation is normally if you cross country, of course you're going to go to the right and start to do all these ones in a sort of floating around the edges here. But with this method you don't. Your stitches have to be attached to other stitches. So 1 and 2. And then the third one will be down here. But I am going to... Oh, interesting. All right then. I'm going to do a mini yogi move, okay? Because it's a me thing. I'm sure Gemma probably doesn't mind. But I don't want to take my stitch from there to down here. It's just overlapping the stitches, the thread, kind of behind the completed area a little bit. It's more me than anybody. So I'm going to do a mini pin here, quite discreetly. Take the thread away and then come back here, if that makes sense. So these two are done. And then one more here. You're kind of just picking away stitches from the edges, really. That's probably the best way to describe it. And in order to park, I think I'm going to have to pick the nearest spot here and park here. I'll see how it goes. See if it makes sense. Oh, Janine has cooked the dinner and is able to come back in the front door and work on the amazing circus. All right then, now you can hold your head high and go, hey, I'm doing Aimee SAL with you. Well done, Jenny. Sig says previous VOD had the last video, you mean, had ripped stitches drama with the incorrect lines. Are you getting the taste of ripping stitches out, Yogi? Well, you know, Sigs, it's all part of the stitching practice, isn't it? I would say reverse stitching, yogi moves, and incorrect lines. You know, if you don't know what happened, it was on yesterday's stream. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes things come in 2 or 3 or maybe 4. Who knows? So I am going to just build a few more stitches here, so I'm able to come down here a little bit. Interesting. So I'm learning as I stitch, you see, because depends on the pattern. The scenario can be very different from one pattern to the other. So this one, I am going to come back to 310 for a little bit, okay? Maybe only for 2-3 stitches. And also, it'd be interesting to manage the duplicate color threads for the same color. I don't want too many happening at the same time. So, or let me try this. Okay. So I'm going to pick this one instead. 3799. 3799. It's a greenish, slightly green color. Claudia says, no stitching for me today. I just got home from the dentist and errands. I'm going to listen to Yogi as I work on my Saturday afternoon nap. It's a perfect, thing to do as you go to, go take a nap and listen to Yogi in the chat. Perfect. You've got a game plan there. I want to see why this is not level. Let me have a look. 6 says, you forgot broken hoops in your educational learning list. Hey, it's a tough crowd, guys. It's a tough crowd. I know, I break things, but it's all part of the learning. And I'm learning to break by 6. Have you not noticed? I have not broken any hoops recently. Okay, the last major incident, it was a few months ago. Recently, I've been doing well because from the experience of breaking them, I learned how to not to break them too often. So here we go. I am going to do 1 stitch here. I know. And I think slowly it's going to become more fluid because I'm kind of trying to figure out how to deal with individual kind of situation on the fabric. So, so this one, I'm going to part to the right side, I think. And I don't think it's a black and white choice. You can do it in a direction that you feel comfortable. So I tend to pick the one that's nearer. So that's just my own thing. Right. Rachel says, hi Yogi in chat. Looks like a new chart. I know it is. Rachel, do you like it? I like it. I love it. Susan says, did the neighbors complain about the noise from your power tool, Yogi? I did not bring up the power tool today. Oh, are you referring to yesterday? Yes. I think they probably call the police. They're calling the noise police and go, what is going on in that in that household? Yogi's house was making loud noises late at night. It was quite late as well, wasn't it? It was about 1 o'clock or something. So next one, I am going for, why don't I? Okay, I'm feeling a little bit more adventurous. I know I've just, had a little bit of situation here, but I just want to test this method to see if it makes sense. Because normally with Gemma's method, I probably go to the upper right here or upper left, and pick the first one and start doing it. But this one, I'm going to test this, okay? I am going to come down here and start working on this area first because I'm flowing with the color. So I'm just testing. I'm pushing the concept. to the extreme to see if it breaks. It probably will from the look of it, but I'm here for it. Okay, so I'm going to go for 3808. It's all for educational purposes. 3808. 3808. I do have one on my board already. Here we go. Michelle Fuller says, I love the shelf chart patterns. I want to start one, but which one? That's the question. Yeah, there are quite a few, aren't they? I think there's one for garden books, which I'm quite fond of as well. And there are a few others. Absolutely. I just love the variety of stuff, you know, that's going on the chart, on the shelves, and also the format as well. Because I know some people, they stitch based on seasons, because they divide it in 4 shelves, most of them. So everyone has their every stitcher has their own kind of interpretation of how they should approach it. I think I've got another 26 needle again. Why do I have so many 26? Oh, no, it's not. Why does it feel chunky, I wonder? All right, so I'm testing this, okay, guys. So I am going to stitch this one, which is sticking out to the right there, and then park. Where shall I park? I'm going to park below, just 1 stitch away. Park. And then I'm going to pick the next one. Let's have a look. This is looking interesting. 311, 311, 311. What color is it? It's a blue. Here we go. Six extreme color flow with Yogi. I love it. Yes. Pushing it to the limit until it breaks in pieces. That's the spirit, 6. It's a little bit like yoga, in yoga in particular. And in yoga, there's a term called the edge. And the edge is where the body, you know, past the edge, basically, it's no longer sustainable. So there's a this concept when you stretch within yoga, you're looking for the edge, but you look for the edge not only that you're able to push the body closer to the edge, but also to ensure that you do not fall over, you know, cross the edge and making things start to break things. So it's a little bit like what I'm doing here. I'm looking for the edge, but also so I will not break it, or not breaking it entirely. What am I saying? I've just butchered in yoga right here live on Yogi Stream. I'm so sorry. Here, so I've got these 3 done here, and I'm going to part down. So I'm building stitches away from this, area, the completed area, in no particular direction. But whatever I'm doing, the stitches have to kind of attach. They have to be together. So that's one of the rules. Let's have a look. In that case, I'm going to go for another one of 310 here. I think it makes sense. Yes. 310. Rachel says, I don't think you'll get bored stitching this chart. So many different things. Exactly. And they'll look like fun things, They're toys. Oh, Janine has Grand Library and Library of Dogs. Yeah, she has a lot of fun charts. Totally. All right then. So from here, I'm gonna just follow the edge and pick the stitches one by one as I go. It's like being a squirrel. The way the squirrels eat nuts, for instance. They just chew and chew and chew with their front teeth. And this way of stitching is a little bit like that. You're just picking a little bit at a time as you go. Two. 3. Sarah says, I'm still waiting for Library of Cats. Do you think that's what is going to drop for the sale, the mega discount day in my dream, from Heaven and Earth before Christmas? I think they've got something planned. Do you not think? One, two, 3. One more. So I can do this one. And then the bottom 2. Susan says, at least the border isn't air stitching. Exactly. I think that there's a very little air stitching for this pattern. So, I hope. Right. So these 2 are done, these 3. So the next one, I am going to park it over here. Right. Janine says, I definitely want the Library of Cats too, since I don't have dogs right now. It's a very noisy, lovable kitty. I know. So that one could, you know, be the next big thing from Aimee Stewart. 6 is asking, is there also an evil crab lurking somewhere on the shelf? Who knows? There are a lot of bits and pieces. I try not to look too closely because I want surprises. But it wouldn't surprise me if there are some sort of evil crab looking things. All right, this one. Next one would be this color. So I'm going up with this color here. Oh, this is intricate stuff. It's good fun, actually. It's almost like a strategy you have to plan and work out as you stitch. So you're not breaking the rules. I like it. Interesting. Michelle Fuller says, I would love a shelf chart that has a collection of vintage Santa or vintage cookbooks or a collection of vintage salt and pepper shakers. Maybe I should try and design my own. But I believe she's got one with garden books. That is on my wish list as well, but I don't know if I'm actually going to get it. I go back and look at it from time to time, see if I still like it every time I look at it. But there's a bookshelf, garden book. Anna says, I'm going to sleep. Night, night. Yeah, see you tomorrow or in the next stream. See you later, Anna. Okay, that one is done as well. Trying to see where I should go. That one is done as well. And I'm moving up to this edge. Right. And then 2 stitches down. Three more. That's very nice. And as I build this kind of, you know, the edges is going to get longer and longer, and I'm going to have more choices in terms of where I go next, which will be fun. Right, so with this color, I am going to take another one. I'm going to pick this one, actually. So there are 5 stitches down here. Well, everybody loves salt and pepper shelf. Never even crossed my mind. That's the thing. So just salt and pepper shakers on a shelf. Well, that sounds interesting. Laura says, I have a kitchen shelf by Aimee Stewart. They look kind of like vintage salt and pepper shakers. Yeah, what are they exactly? Because they have eyes. It's kind of a fridge, and it's got all sorts of fish looking things with big eyes. Okay, and I am going to part down. Oh, you know what? There's 3 stitches I could have done. Never mind. Let me. Oh, hang on a sec. Yes, let me do this. I've done these 5 stitches, and I am going to take my thread over here and do three more stitches from here, because they're all attached with each other, so I should be able to do it. I don't know whether Gemma would do it, but in my mind it makes sense. Okay, and then I'm going to take it up here. One more here. Oh, Suzanne says, my mom collected salt and pepper shakers. See you later, Sarah. I didn't know people collected salt and pepper shakers. That's interesting. So, what is happening here? So, I could technically take this one out, this color outside, because these are in a row. I can kind of hear Gemma going, what are you doing, Yogi? But I'm going to give it a go. Maybe it's going to work out. Hang on. Why do I keep feeling that these are 26 needles? What is happening? One, two, three, four, three. Why fudgy? Have I, Suzanne, why are you flashing the fudgy emoji? What have I done? What have I done this time? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Clara is having a chocolate time. Yes, why not? Why don't we have a chocolate time then? Let me do these ones. There's 6 more stitches and we can have a chocolate time. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it makes sense in my head. So far, I think. Or am I taking too much risk? Let me park it here then. Let me park it here before I go too far. All right then. Chocolate time, everyone. Why don't we? Yes, let's go. Dear, oh dear. But that was a really good start with just a lot of 310. So, you know, it'll probably get even out as I'm slowing down tremendously at this point. Here we go. Suzanne says, you were saying, oh no, so it's a preemptive fudgy. Oh, there's such a thing. Yes, I think in my mind, intellectually, thinking about this pattern, I should be able to keep stitching the additional 6 stitches, but somehow my body is resisting it. It just feels, maybe I shouldn't. Here we go. Chocolate time then. Chocolate time, guys. All right. Take a break. And it's important to take a break in between, okay, guys? It's all about pacing yourself so you don't get injuries when you perform yogi moves, okay? It's really important to warm up the body, look after the body. And now it's chocolate time. So here we go. Grace says, I would keep doing the Y stitch until there's a change. Oh, so Grace would keep going to the right and do the 6 stitches. Interesting. I was thinking that as well, but somehow my body is kind of resisting it and go, oh, is that a little bit too risky? I will review the situation. A big button, big chocolate button coming up. Here we go. Cheers, everyone. Happy Saturday. Kimberly says changing from 18 count to 28 is a challenge. Yes, I bet it is. There's, 10 more stitches. 10 more stitches in the same real estate. Here we go. Yum. Sudan says, my typewriter is extremely deranged right now. I like the sound of that. You know, I like to think that there are other stitches would take chances, you know, like me. It makes me feel a little bit better. But you have to push it to a limit a little bit before you know where the edges are, right? Lovely. Let me know where you're snacking. I'm going to take a sip of my coffee as well. Yum, yum. So good. Let me have one more button. This one's a little bit smaller. Grace says, for me, it wouldn't be risky because it's attached to a stitch that's the same color. The 3 Ys underneath I will pop because the hole holes before, because the holes before are open. Let me have a look. So this is what Grace is referring to. So I'm doing the Y symbol, right? Let me zoom in a little bit. So I kind of part here before stitching the 6 stitches on the right there, because in my mind, if I'm flowing with the colors, I should be able to legally do these 6 stitches. But what Grace is saying, she would do the top 3 but park at the bottom. I wonder why that is though, because in my mind, they all attach together. I don't think it's a black and white method. I think different stitchers might, very likely will make different choices. Because if you look at the 3 Ys under here, it looks slightly sort of precarious. That's all I can say. This is interesting. It's like, some sort of experiment. Suzanne says, it's a hot mess, and I think that Stitchy Mummy would cry if she saw this. Oh, referring to Suzanne's typewriting method. Yeah, because her typewriter method is pretty straightforward, I think, in terms of concept. You're basically just picking, ultimately, it's actually cross-country, right? The typewriter part is how you choose your colors. That's it, really, and go from top to bottom. But yeah, it can be interpreted in different ways, just like this one, color flow. If you're flowing with color, and you're not creating boxed in colors, stitches, and they're not floating, in theory, you should be able to do all sorts of things. Let me have a look. So personally, if I was to push it, I would do the remaining 6. But for now, I'm going to just park it and see how it goes. I think as I practice this way of stitching, I'll become, I'll be able to make better choices each time, I think. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. All right then. In that case, I am going to come and do some 3/10s on the top here. It's going to make me feel slightly better, because it's unlikely to go wrong with those 3/10s. Janine says, does chicken and corn count as snacking? Oh, controversial. Just like, I remember one stitcher came on and go, well, I'm snacking on pizza. And I was like, well, can you actually snack on pizza? Just like, can you snack on a sandwich? Because sandwich is like a meal, isn't it? Or can you snack on curry? Oh, I'm just snacking on a bowl of curry. Or, some food is just not snackable, I think. There are rules, Janine. Corn and chicken. Well, I don't think they're snacks. What, Chad, what do you think? I think if you're in the chicken territory, I think it's a meal, right? I don't think there are that many chicken-based snacks. Corn-based, maybe. If you're just eating corn, yes, I would say that definitely can be a snack. But when chicken is involved as well. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. Just like you know, you can't snack on a piece, you know, on a steak. I'm snacking on steak and potatoes. That just doesn't work, does it? Michelle Fuller says, I'm baking sugar cookies. I'm snacking on cookie dough. Whoa, that's another mystery. Cookie dough. I don't know the attraction though. It's like eating bread dough. Why? Just wait for it's baked. What is cookie dough? I know it's kind of popular in America, isn't it? But why would you eat something that's not baked yet? It's like eating cake batter. Why would you want to do that? Bake it. Is it controversial? I have just offended the entire nation. People screaming and go, Yogi, you don't understand. Cookie dough is the best. Well, I don't know. Suzanne says, it's a picnic meal, so I think it can be a snack. But are you snacking though when you go on picnic? Because the only difference between a meal and a picnic is where you eat it. You're eating outdoors somewhere, sitting on a blanket. That's the only difference. So it doesn't mean that you're snacking on everything when you're in a picnic. Oh, Suzanne, you just have to introduce picnic into the equation as well. Now you're just complicating everything. Are you automatically snacking if you're in a picnic? I don't think so. I think you can eat food like a meal while you're picnicking. Ginny says, I agree, but I was eating dinner when you took out your chocolate. Yes, that's slightly murky, isn't it? So Janine is eating her meal during the chocolate time. Does it make it a snack because it's a chocolate time? The mystery deepens. I don't know. Claudia says, I'll fight you on curry. If I want a bowl of curry as a snack, I'm not going to be stopped. Yes, a bowl of curry and a naan bread. I'm just snacking. I get it. So snacking is more of the intention, just like murder, right? Is it attempted murder or is it first degree murder? That's the only difference. It's the intention. Not attempted murder. Attempted murder is still murder. And manslaughter and murder. We're bringing in true crime element into our food discussion. It's amazing. The only difference between manslaughter and murder is the intention. Just like snacking, are you snacking or are you eating a meal? What is your intention? Travis says, what if it's a chicken and corn flavored chips? Very true. The question would be how much chicken is in chicken flavored chips? Probably zero, Travis. Unless you're being optimistic there. Maybe there's some real traces of chicken in the chicken flavored chips. in that case, it's a snack. It's a snack. Grace Houston says, I'm looking at the vintage summer garden bookshelf. Oh my, I love it. Yes, it's gorgeous, isn't it? I'm quite fond of it as well. I think Marsha is working on that one. It's beautiful. Personally, with that one, good question. I'm always a max color girl. You know, if I had an option for a max color chart, I'll go to that one. I do have a couple of regular ones, and that's simply because the max colors are not available. I just like more colors. Just give me more colors. But that's me. Janine says, I don't like cookie dough at all. Bake the cookies. Exactly, Janine. It's like, would you eat raw chicken? Probably not, and you shouldn't. So, and would you eat popcorn before they're popped? No, please don't. You want to keep your teeth, okay? Teeth are important. Claudia says, wait, you don't eat cookie doughs or cake batter? Oh dear. What? Do you mean you do, Claudia? And Claudia says, next you're going to tell us you don't lick the bowl of brownie batter either. Brownie batter, I probably would. I don't know if I would lick it, but I'll scrape it until it's clean. But there'll be nothing left to lick. But yeah, cookie dough, I just don't understand it. Because I have seen products, they're literally just cookie dough as it is. It's like, I don't know, raw chicken. I don't know. It's not a thing. It's not really a thing. Travis says, the rite of passage, eating raw cookie dough and licking the cake batter of like the beaters. Yes, but there's some raw stuff. Well, by virtue, being raw basically is nature's way of warning you not to eat it. Telling you that something is wrong. There's one more step to go, and that's cooking it. Jackie says, Yogi's freezing on me. Anyone else, or is it just my internet? If you have issues, just refresh it. Normally it fixes everything. Things seem to be okay over here. It says excellent connection over my end. So refresh it. Michelle Fuller says, I grew up licking the beaters from the mixer when my mum baked cookies. Now kids ask for them. Well, I presume the all ingredients in the dough, they're probably edible raw, right? Other than raw eggs. It's probably a very small amount. Should be okay. I'm just trying to think, what about flour? Flour you shouldn't be eating raw though. Who knows? It's not really a thing for me. Oh, Kimberly. Kimberly says, I think snacking is the time you eat, not what you eat. Really, Kimberly? I'm not convinced. Can you snack on a 3-course meal just because it's on snacky time? Oh, questions. Yeah, I'm just snacking on a 3-course meal. Here's my starter, and then the main, you know, meat and 2 veg, and a bit of pudding. I'm just snacking. Betty says my meal is being cooked. Stir-fried sausage, bell pepper, onions, and tomatoes. Is that a snack, Betty? Or is that a meal? I wonder. All right then. Two more here. I'll have to park because if I keep stitching to the right, I'm going to create a boxed-in stitch. So I can, however. Oh, I've got one more part thread there. I didn't realize. That's quite okay. I would just do these two and park. I didn't realize I've got another part thread of 310 already. All right then, I'm going to park down here and see how it goes. Bess, Bess, exactly. Bess, snacking is a lot like manslaughter. Exactly, it's all about intention from the sound of it. Oh, Betty is being a little bit controversial. Okay, guys. We've never eaten raw cookie dough. No, we never bought the ice cream with cookie dough. It's a thing as well. So I have had ice cream, maybe Ben and Jerry. It's got like ice cream with cookie dough, but I just can't make out what it is. It's kind of just small chunks of gooey stuff. So it's very curious, very curious. Janine says ice cream with cookie dough is gross. Now you're eating frozen cookie dough. Exactly. How strange. Here we go. Because I can understand it if cookie dough is kind of a byproduct when you bake cookies, but now it's turned into a thing by itself. Very similar to stuffing, isn't it? Because stuffing is supposed to be things that you stuff inside a turkey or whatever as you bake, as you roast the chicken or turkey. But now the cookie dough, well, not a cookie dough, now the stuffing is kind of a thing on its own, almost like a meatloaf, which does not make any sense whatsoever because it's not being stuffed in any shape or form. How can it be a stuffing thingy when it's not being stuffed? I ask you. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Teresa, hello. Travis says cookie dough ice cream is really good as well. To be honest, when I had the cookie dough ice cream, I didn't mind it. I just didn't know what it was, really. They were kind of just lumps of sweet, really sweet things, gooey things. If you told me they were fudge, I would have believed you. It's very similar in texture. Welcome, Teresa. Claudia says the store-bought cookie dough and cookie dough ice cream doesn't have raw eggs in it. However, at my house, we live dangerously. My husband and I fight over who gets to lick the beaters in the bowl. So in a way, the cookie dough in the cookie dough ice cream is not really cookie dough, because normally when you make cookies, majority of the time, some sort of eggs would be involved. So they're faking it. I don't know. Why do they have to insist on putting cookie dough in ice cream? I don't understand it. All right then. This one, let me see if I can figure out how to work on this. Now I can keep going with the 310 from here. Janine. Yeah, Janine, is you and me against the world, okay? Let's stick together. Callan is also in a school of thought that it's a meal. Sorry, what did Callan say? I missed that one. Yeah, anything can be a snack if you make it one. Ooh, I'm not too sure about that, Callan. How about an entire roast chicken? Can it be a snack, Callan? You tell me. And what about prawns? Eh? Can prawns, like prawn cocktail the other day, can it be a snack? Or is it a starter, really? But starters can only be starter if it's starting something. You can't just start with something. You can't have a starter and then just stop. Then it's not really a starter, is it? Janine says, why would anyone want to eat soft, gooey stuff? You don't know what's in ice cream. Yes, Janine, and clearly it's not really cookie dough, because the real test would be if you scoop out the cookie dough portion in the ice cream and bake it. Will it turn into cookies? If not, it's not a cookie dough, okay? And I doubt very much that gooey stuff in the ice cream can be baked into cookies. I do not believe it. Travis says the chocolate fudge brownie Ben & Jerry ice cream is my favorite. I craved it when Tia was pregnant. It should be Tia craving for ice cream. Why would you? I know, you know, when ladies get pregnant, they crave for all sorts of things. But Travis is getting the empathy craving. But I do like a bit of Oreo cookie and ice cream situation. I like it. I don't really, you know, I don't really care for Oreo cookies on their own, but in ice cream, it's quite tasty. Michelle Fuller says, at the point that it's not stuffed in the turkey, it becomes dressing. But you know, Michelle, you know what I'm talking about, right? Nowadays, you can get stuffings literally separate from the bird. And so it's in a separate tin. And it's been called, you know, it's been labeled as stuffing when it's not being stuffed at all in any shape or form. It's very confusing. frog fudgy. Callan says, if you go and take a few chunks off and not have a full meal quantity, then yes, it's a snack. But Callan, now we have to get into the technicality and details about how much is the full meal quantity, right? My full meal quantity can be very different from yours. For some people, I don't know, 3 bites, that's a meal. Ooh, what's going on with my thread here? It's looking a little bit fluffy. Why is it doing that? You know, for some people, a sandwich is a meal, and for some people, that's a snack. I think if you have a sandwich, that's kind of a meal. Grace House did say the prawns. Referring to the prawn cocktail. It was a snack. Oh, I'm not so sure about snacking on prawns. It doesn't sit well with me. Claudia says, I agree with Callan. Anything can be a snack. For example, if I eat an entire roast chicken standing at the chicken sink, that's most definitely a snack. Claudia, you have introduced another element when it comes to snacking or eating, is whether you're standing or sitting down. Now you have to stand up in order to snack, do you? So if you're standing up and eat a full 3-course meal, are you snacking? So if you're standing up and not using any cutlery, that's automatically snacking, are you? Oh. Beg says maybe it's the difference is the size of the meal snack. I think the size, okay, it's debatable what is a full meal quantity and what is snacking quantity. But also, it's a type of food as well. Some food is just not snackable. You cannot snack on meatloaf. How's that? That's not a snacky meal. You know, when we have snacky time, you can't just bring out your meatloaf and go, hey, now I'm snacking on a loaf of meat, meatloaf, or steak, or a piece of steak. That is just not happening. You know, and I don't care whether you're standing up or lying down, you just cannot snack on certain things. Captain Squirrel, hello, hello. Captain Squirrel, you have no idea. This chat is getting very unruly with snacking. They're pushing the boundary of the definition of snacking. Oh. Suzanne says, prawn cocktail is a very good snack. Oh, James, hello. James the Stitcher says, hello from the Philippines. Maybe you're the first one visiting the chat from the Philippines. Welcome. So I'm slightly behind with the chat there. Yes, I'm trying to bring up a little bit of highlight here for our new visitor in the chat. Welcome, James. Callan says you can make cookie dough without eggs. That's quite true. I'll go with that one. Travis says, I had almost all of the pregnancy symptoms. I put on 20 pounds of sympathy weight. Oh, Travis. Tia is so lucky. You're suffering with her. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's not uncommon because I have friends, the girlfriend or the wives got pregnant and they gain weight as well. I think maybe it's the stress, and also they probably spend more time at home. Let me take a sip of my coffee here. Hey Marsha, welcome. We're just talking about, you know, that garden, Aimee Stewart's garden shelf that you're working on. It's really pretty. And Marsha, I'm working on another Aimee Stewart. Sorry, let me clear my throat here. This pattern is by Aimee Stewart as well. It's called Vintage Toys 2. And it's from Heaven and Earth. All right, and I'm going to park just one stitch away. In theory, I could stitch the 2 stitches at the bottom, can't I? I can, technically, but do I want to do that? Why not? Let's see if it breaks. If it breaks, I don't do it again, but you don't know until you try. All right, those 2, and then I'm going to park it over here. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Oh, Suzanne is providing some insight of the stuffing situation. So Suzanne says the reason why they serve it that way or cook it that way is because when you stuff in the bird, it can be undercooked, then you might get sick. So why did I do it in the first place? Just leave it aside and call it something else. Call it some sort of I don't know. It's mostly breadcrumbs and veggies, isn't it? Just call it, I don't know, veggie loaf. Why call it? Why did I want to stuff it in a chicken or turkey to start with? Just stop doing it. But it doesn't make sense to just call it stuffing when it's not being stuffed, okay? It's very simple, Suzanne. Callan says we have to do our stuffing separate because my sister is celiac, but I think it still counts as stuffing. No, it doesn't, Callan. The whole point of being, it's like sausages. Sausages need to be in sausage casing. If the stuffing is outside the sausage casing is no longer sausages. Or I'm trying to think. You can't call a sandwich, you know, you can't take the tomatoes out of sandwiches and call the tomatoes sandwich fillings. No, it's just tomatoes. Betty says sandwich with a few chips is a meal for me. Yeah, it's a meal for everybody. Not a big thick one though. Oh, well, chips, depending on what you mean by chip. Chips over here are probably fries, chunky fries over in most places. And potato chips for the world is crisps over here. So let's clarify what we're talking about. So you were probably talking about crisps, right, Betty? All right then. I'm going to keep going here. Stitch in order. So this bit is a little bit more more similar to the original Gemma's message, the way I'm doing it right now. Travis says, I saw a video of a guy snacking on a shrimp ring. What's a shrimp ring? Why he was grocery shopping. What's a shrimp ring? It's really hard to say to start with. Is it like onion ring? Like a ring of onions? But instead of onion, it's a ring of shrimps. And I think if it's onion ring, I think you can snack on onion rings. But can you snack on an onion? Alandria says, I'm a grazer, so I nibble on small things all day long and maybe have a meal in the evening if I'm not too tired. Is that snacking or a meal? If you're snacking during the day, it depends on what you're snacking though. Are you snacking on chicken and a bowl of curry? Maybe that's a meal, Alandria. But if you're snacking on, I don't know, some nuts, some chocolate, then yes, that's snacking. No calamari. Lynn says, cheese, sliced meat, and crackers consider a snack. I have 4 dinners yesterday. Oh, I had for the dinner yesterday. Cheese, sliced meat, and crackers. Is that a snack? It's kind of a light meal, isn't it? I think it's in the meal category. I think. This one. Here we go. And it's not uncommon for some people to have a cheese board after having a full meal. For me, that doesn't feel right, because for after meal thing, I want to have something sweet if I was to have anything. But for some people, they want cheese and crackers. There. Claudia says, if I stand, is a snack. If you stand, is a snack. Cutlery is optional for snacks, for dinners. For me, if I'm not sitting at the dinner table, it's a snack. It's a snack. I love it. Claudia says, I also snack aggressively. I have had part of the steak as a snack. Okay, Claudia is a extreme snacker, okay? Basically, it's all based on whether she's standing or sitting down, and it doesn't matter what she's eating and the quantity, right? So you can stand up and I love the snack aggressively. I can just picture it. Samantha, oh, Samantha, controversial. She says, I'm having leftover pizza tonight. Are you snacking, Samantha? Or is it a meal? Claudia says, until today, I did not realize how opinionated I am regards to snacks versus dinner. That's hilarious. All right then. Stitching in order. These are important things. Candice says, if you put a meatloaf in between two pieces of bread, does that make it a snack? No, it makes it a sandwich. If you sandwich something in between two pieces of bread, that's a sandwich. A sandwich is a meal, okay? If it's a single slice of bread, it can be a snack. You can have a piece of toast. But if two pieces of bread sandwich something in between, you're turning into a meal. Dun, dun, dun. Now, here's your clear definition of the difference between a snack and a meal. All right? Maybe it's a light meal, but it's a meal. It's an intention, okay? Is it a manslaughter or is it murder? It's very clear. Callum says the literal definition of snack is a small amount of food eaten between meals. If I have a few bites of meatloaf, then it becomes a snack. Yes, I go with the fact that it's a small quantity of food eating between meals, but it creates a problem. It creates a problem for all-day snackers like Landria, right? Landria says, I'm a grazer. I only have one meal. Or some people, maybe they do not have proper meals. They do not have full meals. And they just have a small quantity of food all day long and without eating proper meals. Then are they snacking all day long? Or are they just eating? It's just eating small quantity at a time, but eating frequently. Suzanne says 82.6%. Congratulations. You're getting there. You're getting there. Captain says, is this a restart? No, this is a new start. This is a new pattern. And I just decided only a couple of days ago, I'm going to start this one because I was thinking, oh, shall I wait till next year? Because, you know, I'm going to have a New Year's start. And I decided, why wait when you can start tonight? And I happen to have spare fabric for this. So I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Callan says, so sausage patties on sausage because there's no casing. Exactly, it's a patty. And they can just leave out the word sausage because it's nothing to do with sausages anymore. The whole point a sausage is because it's in sausage shape, right? If it's not even in that shape, it's just food, just regular, I don't know, call it something else. Otherwise, it's very confusing. Claudia says, controversial opinion. Where I live, sausage absolutely does not require casing. We have a whole variety of breakfast sausage that are meant to be eaten in patty or ground form, but wouldn't that just be a patty? Claudia, we need to get that sorted. We cannot just use the word sausage willy-nilly. It's very confusing. Just like tomato, you know, if you have tomato slices, they're just tomato slices. They're not sandwich fillings unless they're inside a sandwich. Oh dear. The sausages have entered the conversation. So I'm way behind. Let me scroll down a little bit to catch up. Suzanne says, would you consider Christmas ham? Christmas ham sliced with spicy sweet mustard rolled up into tiny little snacks and eating it late at night. That is like, what is it? Yes, it's a little bit snacky, but when you have ham involved, it's just a little bit too sophisticated to be a snack. Do you not think? And sweet mustard as well. That sounds like some sort of a pre-starter, you know, appetizer type of thing. But the question is, Suzanne, are you eating it standing up or sitting down? It makes all the difference. All right, I'm going to move down here and do a few more. There's slightly different colors here. So here we go. So it's a blue and there's only one stitch. Oh, actually, interesting. Okay, so this one, I can probably get away with 3 stitches. 3842, 3842. Oh, this chat is really, it's really making me laugh. Here we go. I think I can do all three on this row because they're attached to the stitches above, I think. I hope it's not an illegal move for Gemma. Landria says, tapas is totally a snack. I love pata pass as a snack. Tapas, yes, tapas is, I think tapas is kind of a, is it a snack? Because tapas, you rarely just have one plate. You have several plates. So in terms of the quantity, we're talking meal size, situation here. So even though in spirit, tapas, the concept is snacking while you're drinking, right? But I would not think it's a snack. It's kind of a light meal, drinking food. Yes, tapas is in a gray zone, I think. Claudia says, what meal? For sure, a proper meal at work. If you have to look away from work to eat it, then it's a meal. If you can eat it and stare at your computer, it's a snack. What? Claudia? If you're sitting in front of your computer, it's not a snack, it's a work meal. Because you're working and you're eating a meal. a bowl of curry. It's not a snack. Oh, Claudia is pushing the boundary. Yes, 6, you're right. 6 says, but if you eat tapas all evening while drinking a wine with friends, that is having that's a meal for me. Not, because you never come across someone going to a tapas bar and just have one plate of food. It's always like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plates. That's a meal. Suzanne says, have you heard of Violive vegan cheese? Yes, I have. And I eat some of them sometimes. Janine says, Fudgy Frog is visiting me a lot tonight. Oh, it's supposed to be a brown. Pink is close enough. Oh, right. Oh, dear. It's always useful to reference the, to have a cross-reference the swatches. Sometimes I don't do that and I end up with colors that are totally wrong. Happens. Here we go. Next one. Let's see what is waiting for me. Another blue. Okay. A03. A03. It's a blue. No spooky bingo tonight, just yet. Claudia says, Yogi, at work, if you have enough skill to eat curry and never look away from the spreadsheets, you've earned a right to call it a snack. Oh dear. So in that case, so Claudia, are you saying that you don't even need to stand up to make it a snack? Just by the fact you're looking at a computer and looking at the spreadsheet, it makes it a snack. Well, the definition of snack is getting more and more complicated. We need like a small print, you know, to go along with it. The different clauses. And Suzanne is asking whether Violite vegan cheese is good. So it's not going to be a straight yes or no. I think sometimes if I am making something that requires something like a cheese, I occasionally do buy Violite, and there are a couple of other brands. Okay, so in terms of taste, they're nice. I have sort of cheddar cheese and mozzarella, different variety of cheeses from Violite. So yes, I buy from them from time to time. My only reservation is probably the ingredients, because even though vegan cheese is vegan, but it doesn't mean it's not processed. So that's the element I'm slightly more concerned. Well, not concerned. I don't eat it quite so frequent that I need to worry about it. But it's not something that I would eat daily. Sometimes I have it. You know, it tastes nice. But if you look at the ingredients, it's, you know, processed food. So I try to minimize the amount of processed food I have. So I'm not saying, you know, I cut them all out, but I do my best. So that's the only reason I wouldn't have it very often. But otherwise, yes, it's tasty. It's tasty. So in theory, I should be able to do this one as well. Oh, I'm pushing to the boundary, just like Claudia's definition of snacking. I'm taking inspiration from Claudia. So where you park probably determined by which direction you want to stitch towards. So you want to pick the closest location that you're going to move to. So I'm going to move park below. No ninja stitches. Everything's completed behind me. Suzanne says, I found a pizza crust that's gluten-free and Alex can have it. So I'm thinking I might make him pizza without cheese. Yes, you can. Occasionally, it's perfectly fine. And it's quite nice. Susan says, Susan says, is it cheese if it's vegan? Well, it's called vegan cheese. I guess maybe that's a yes, but who knows? I know 6, keyboard and curry, they don't really go together, you know? I like to look at the Claudia's keyboard and check if it's white or is it brown. Exactly, Suzanne. It's all about balance, isn't it? So occasionally I have it. If I make some pizza, for instance, I'll sprinkle a little bit on top. Or something, you know, if I like to bake some cookies, cheese flavored, or crackers, I might use some of that, but it's not something that I eat daily. So, but otherwise, you know, tastes good. Oh, Claudia clearly put a lot of work into figuring out, you know, look into the definition of snacking. Six asks, question, are the rules for the typewriter method very rigid? Depends on the stitching area, I guess. Smaller areas are more cross-country alike. A good question. I think those of you who do typewriter methods can probably all chime in. I think typewriter method, essentially, it's a variation of cross-country, because in terms of how you take your thread to different directions is probably very similar to how you do cross-country, short distance or long distance. But the only difference with typewriter is how you choose your colors, what order of colors that you work on. So generally, if you just do sort of default type of typewriter, you can probably pick and choose where you start your cross-country. Okay, did I say typewriter? No, I said cross-country. So it's, if you do sort of regular sort of cross-country, you can do it many ways. Basically, all it is, you just follow the stitches and flow as far as you feel comfortable. That's cross-stitching. The only difference with typewriter is where you start. So typewriting element of it is, you know, the only rule you have really is to follow the order of the pattern. And in terms of the how far, what area that you cover with that method, I think it's up to you. I think personally, even within a block, you could do typewriter. Even 10 by 10, you can do typewriter methods, because all it is just how you pick the next color, and that's it. The rest, you can cross country whichever way you want to. You can do color completion if you really want to with the typewriting method. And I think that's what Stitching Mummy did with the video that I saw. She was doing hand stitching and, or is she? I think she was doing color completion using typewriting method. But you don't have to. You can, just stitch with the thread you have and stop when the thread runs out, like most people do. So all the variations and rules that you normally apply to any form of cross country, they still valid. So that's typewriter for you. You can do it within a blog, a page, or whatever area you define. And in terms of width, in theory, you probably go across an entire piece, but you can do it within the page, whatever. So I think that's up to the stitchers. Susan says, can you have cheese cookies? I think when it comes to cheese, there are actually crackers rather than cheese, right? Rather than cookies. Cookies by default, I think cookies have to be sweet, aren't they? I would go with that. So I think, if you bake savory cookies, they're crackers. Or do they have to meet certain criteria with the texture in order to be crackers? Oh dear, have I opened another, can of worms? What makes crackers crackers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. I have to count, otherwise, most likely, I'll get it wrong. Here we go. It's not looking too bad, considering I'm practicing the method and improvise as I go. It's looking nice. I really like the formation of the stitches, and I felt really good that there are not going to be any ninja stitches the way I'm stitching. Jeannie says, what are cheese cookies? What about cheese biscuits? Susan, can you have cheese biscuits? Or do they have to be something else? Yes, occasionally I bake a savory, cheesy biscuits. Just like muffins. Muffins, you can have savory muffins, right? You can have cheese muffins, onion muffins. They're delicious, delicious. I'm not sure about cookies though, because cookies are kind of American definition, so I wouldn't dare to try to define it. But biscuits, I think you can have savory biscuits. Claudia says, all the food talk has made me hungry. I'm going to go and stand in the kitchen and snack on something ridiculous. Like, large bowl of, I don't know, chicken curry. Thank you, Claudia. Enjoy your snacking. Okay, make sure you're standing. Otherwise, you're turning it into a meal. You don't want to do that, do you? All right. I think it's starting to flow a little bit more because now I'm kind of, trying to figuring out what I'm doing here. Sieg says, so the typewriter method, does that mean you always aim to go across the whole project? Maybe that was the initial spirit of typewriter method. Yes, I think you're absolutely right there. I think the idea is you could just go across an entire piece, but it really depends on how big the piece is and how practical it is to do. And also with typewriter, you can park or maybe you don't. That can be combined as well. So essentially you are doing cross country of some kind, and the typewriter element is just how you choose which color to do next. And I like the typewriter method because, particularly when you're starting a new piece, it gives you a very neat top border cross as well, and that feels nice. Landry says, I made the cheese cookies, biscuits in home, etc. In secondary school. I put too much salt in them, so my mom couldn't eat them. I was 12 and devastated. Oh, yes, because cheese is quite savory already. If you put too much salt, then it could be too much. But you were 12. It's all about intention. It's not murder, it's manslaughter. It's all good. So I'm kind of having a sort of a hard stop here. It's not part of the rules. It's just where I felt comfortable stopping because there's a whole bunch of 310. So I want to keep things in order. But otherwise, you could flow in sort of, no particular shape. So this one, I can probably get away with it. This one is interesting because all the stitches, this is the last row of the 310 of this area, of this block anyway. So I can do all the stitches that are attached to a completed area. Oh, Callan says, I Googled it. Cheese cookies are a thing and can be sweet or savory. There you go. So even cookies, the definition of cookies are actually quite forgiving. It doesn't have to be sweet. But biscuits, you can be savory. It can be savory as well. I'm trying to think of other savory biscuits you can have. You can have cheese. Can you have onion flavor? Onion flavor biscuits? Yeah, I bet you can. Why not? Marmite. Oh, Marmite flavor biscuit sounds good. All right then. I'm going to take over to the right and park over here, over there. So I'm going to do a little yogi move by doing a mini pin. So I can take my stitches over to the right there. In fact, why don't I just stitch my way up? Janine says cheese biscuits make more sense. But biscuits over here is probably not the same as biscuits in the US. The biscuits in the US is more like scone over here. And yes, you can have cheese scone as well. But biscuits over here is kind of equivalent of cookies in America. Oh dear. If your head is spinning, you're not alone. Callan says, I want pizza now, but it's too late to make dough. You make your own dough, Callan? Oh, you put me to shame there. Yeah, actually, pizza dough is not that hard to make, and you don't need to proof it that much. A little bit. You need to proof it. Proof it once, but not twice. But normally, I'll just get the ready-made doughs. And sometimes I make homemade pizza dough, but make a large batch and then freeze some of the pizza bases. They freeze really well. Betty Lou Taylor says, I call cheesecake a meal. Here we go. Now, here's another person, another stitcher pushing the boundary. Janine says, that's why there's dominoes. That's such a good point, Janine. Exactly. Uber Eat. It's your best friend. And also, when it comes to pizza, when you look up takeout, Deliveroo or Uber Eats or whatever, are they under meal section or are they under snacking section? Are they snacks? Light meals? No, it's probably a meal, right? This is looking really neat. Kimberly says cheesecake. A cake or a pie? Betty says it's a meal. Here we go. We settle the argument. Chloe C, hello. Chloe says, good evening, everyone. Sorry if I'm so late. Just got home after visiting family. What's happening? No traveling library today. Chloe, you have so much to catch up. All right. That's why we have replay. But yes, today I'm having a new start. It's true. And this piece is called Vintage Toys 2. I don't know what happened to 1. It's a mystery. Just like snacks. All right, I don't know what's happening to my pattern here. Let me zoom in. Sometimes my app, the screen just skips to another location by itself. Let's have a look. This is looking nice. It's taking shape. And now I'm going to work on this one. Makes sense. $3808. And then kind of only 1 stitch. maybe 2. Can I do 2? 1, 2. I think I can. Janine says biscuits are light and fluffy, bread-like thing, softer than scones. Cookies are sweet, never savory. Janine, did you see someone just Googled and it says the cookies can be savory as well? Right, so biscuits are fluffier than scones. Yes, scones can be quite, not dense, but it's quite substantial. I never had biscuits, so I don't know. And I think American biscuits are always savory, isn't it? It's kind of a savory muffin. It's not muffin, I know, but all right, let me do this one. And here. Landra says, Jewish cheesecake from Rinkov's was definitely a meal. It's quite filling, isn't it? And cheesecake, very, very dense. Marsha says, this pattern is so beautiful, Yogi. I'm going to wait till sale and I'm driving in. Yes, go for it. Put it on your wish list. Yes, it's beautiful, isn't it? And this one I'm doing is max colors, but I think there's a regular version as well. Yes, go for it, Marsha. Stitch with me. Oh, so it's a recurring pattern. And Janine says, that's what I think about my Christmas 2 by Cherma Kitty. What happened to Christmas 1? I think maybe they're discontinued. That's my suspicion. Because sometimes, charts just get discontinued. That's why you have to get it, why it's still there. If you want this pattern, get it on the next sale, which is coming soon, I think. Here we go. This one, 311. No spooky bingo today. Spooky bingo free day. Marsha says, this one reminds me of your Gecko Rouge one, Yogi, for some reason. Yes, definitely. Yes. Maybe that's why I love it as well. It's kind of just, it's got everything going on there. Absolutely. And one more here. I think I can do this one. one on top. This is a strategy game. I just love the way Gemma thinks. I think she, oh, I shouldn't be surprised, should I? Because Gemma is a big fan of video games. She loves Zelda. I don't know whether she plays other things, but she loves Zelda, the game. And I presume she's probably a fan of video games. That's why her methods are so fun to do. It's like trying to solve a problem constantly. That makes a lot of sense. Never crossed my mind. But it makes sense. Marsha says, I wish I had found these full coverage patterns decades ago. I'm going to be in my graves doing them. Marsha, you're going to be here for another 100 years stitching with Yogi. So you have plenty of time. Plenty of time. But I think just enjoy the moment. I'm sure, maybe at some point I might finish something, but that's really not my goal. I'm just enjoying the moment. I'm really happy stitching with this. And this one, literally, just one stitch. And I'm going to end the thread. Just single stitch. Hey, Dolly, hello. I think it may be Dolly time. Oh, hang on. Let me tuck this one in. Babe, how you doing? She's belly up. Oh, outrageous. She just comes in and casually doesn't even say hello to me. And she just flips over and just lie there with her belly up. Oh dear, I have to go over there and give her a belly rub. Here we go. Dolly time coming up. Hey, babe, how are you doing? Hey, sweetie. Come here. Come here, baby. Oh. How are you doing? Are you going to purr for everybody today? Little Dolly light purring today. Sweetie, come here. Honey, come over here. Huh? Oh, she's playing hard to get again. Dear, oh dear. Every day is a new strategy with Yogi here. Playing hard to get. She was belly up for a little bit. I went over and she's kind of walking away now. Babe. Here we go. Oh, that was a nice Dolly time. Her belly's so soft and so warm. It's outrageous. 939 going back on my board. Yes, lots of Dolly emoji. Yes, Dolly babe. I know, and this Dolly emoji is actually a Christmas edition, and there's going to be a New Year edition of Dolly, and then a regular version of Dolly coming up. I know. Dolly for every occasion. And now she's purring. She's like purring. I can hear it. Oh, she's right behind me again. Babe. She's just trying to be unpredictable to keep me on my toes. All right then, where shall I go next? I could come over here. Yes, now I can stitch these 6 stitches. No. Okay. Some nice little cluster here. The thing is, I really enjoy the Danish method, doing one leg at a time. But I find when I do that, with smaller stitches, like 25 and onwards, I sometimes miss the second leg. If I go too far, with 3 stitches, it's kind of okay. But if I do like a whole row and coming back or in different areas, sometimes I miss the second leg. That can happen. So for the best practice, I try to do full crosses, 1 stitch at a time. But I do like the fact, I do like Danish method. It's quite fast, maybe slightly faster. Nice. And then 1 stitch over here, going to park. Yes, Marsha, full coverage is totally different game because, I was doing cross-stitching since I was quite young, but mostly I have done kind of full coverage, but I was doing dimensions full coverage. So they're smaller in size, much smaller, but also they're charted totally different way. So it's to do with the way they charted as well. Dimensions kit, even full coverage pieces, pretty much 0 confetti. There's nothing, on the chart I'll consider as confetti. They're just color switches, and they tend to have, the same color together. They're beautiful, but different. Because of the color changes we need to make for this type of charts, different strategies are involved and all sorts of ways of stitching, stitching method. It just makes the whole thing, the whole genre, a lot more interesting. Lynn says, guess I had spooky bingo with 939. Okay. And that's in the middle of switch between 310 and 3371. So Lynn has got 939. I can't remember which that is. So the first spooky bingo goes to Lynn. Everybody, please flash the spooky bingo card for Lynn, please. Well done. I'm happy we have 1 at least. It makes me happy. I always feel a little bit lonely if we don't have any spooky bingo. Janine says, I missed it earlier. Are you on 25 count or 28? So this is 25 counts. And this is actually the leftover part of the fabric from my first Gecko Rouge piece. So my first Gecko Rouge piece, you know, is really large on 25 counts. So this came from Gecko Rouge. So I'm just making good use of the leftover fabric, and I gave it a wash. So the lines are slightly lighter now, but I can still see them. I actually prefer it this way, you know, so you don't see the grid too much. They're quite in your face. Spooky bingo, yes, goes to Lynn. Here we go, celebrate. At least we have one, you know? Now I feel a little bit more relieved. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the bingo card. And here we go. Let me see. Maybe I need to extend this end a little bit more. Or should I? Hang on. Let me come back over here. Right. This one. Literally just one stitch, and I'm going to park. And 2 over here. Oh, these, I can probably do the top 3. I think it's perfectly fine. See, I have to get my head around. And then one more. And then come down this way. There. Very nice. I'm just looking at the time there, and we've got about 8 minutes to midnight. I think I'm gonna do a couple more colors. So this one only has 1 stitch over here. Time flies, doesn't it? We started at about 7:45 today, a little bit earlier. And literally, the time just disappeared. In between, you know, the debate, heated debate of snacking versus meal. Is cheesecake a meal? Can you have savory biscuits? All important topics. All right, so let me park it down here then. In that case, I think I'm going to do this one. I think, oh no, let me see. Let me take care of, what shall I do next? Let me do this one quickly. 317. I want to find some sort of flow to it. 317. It's a grey color. So one stitch here. And if I keep going this direction, I'm gonna get to the little robot. It's so cute. So Jackie James is asking, I tried to download Saga and couldn't because it's not on Play Store, it's on the Apple equivalent. Any idea on how to do it would be appreciated. Jackie, are you part of our Facebook group? If you're not, by all means join the Facebook group, and then there'll be members that can help you out, because we had to jump through a few hoops before we're able to use the app. But there are ways you can get the app to work both on Android and also iOS as well. Because currently they're not being listed. Saga is not being listed on, let me count, on Android App Store. But there's a version you can download. 1, 2, 3. But it's not really straightforward. So you probably want to join the Facebook group and just send out a post and ask for help. That's probably the best way to do it. And we've got a lot of really helpful members. They'll help you with either getting the app sorted or getting the conversion done. So all right, so I'm going to pick one more color, something a bit more straightforward. So I am going to do this one. How's that? That's kind of makes sense. All right, guys, this is going to be my last color today. And let me tease this bit out. So the last color for today's session, for this new start, is 311. Captain Squirrel says, Yogi, are you able to share the thread? Keep files you made for your thread organizer, please. Captain Squirrel, it's under, go to the Facebook group, and it's under featured. There's a tab called featured under our group, and I keep all of kind of useful links and post it either by the members or myself, and keep it there. So if you go over there, you probably need to scroll down a little bit to find it. And there's a PDF, link to a PDF to a thread card, and you can just download it and print to create thread cards for you. Okay, so it's already there. Marsha says, Yogi, just saw another nice Aimee Stewart, similar Marvelous Circus. Yes, that's what Janine's working on. Marvelous Circus. Yes, they're kind of along, kind of similar felt. It's just a lot, exciting things going on, and a lot of colors. Absolutely, absolutely. That's a very pretty one as well. Yes, Janine is doing that one. And it's really pretty. All right, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 more stitches to go, guys. And after that, we're going to play my Guess My Stitches for the Saturday edition, okay? Saturday edition of Guess My Stitches. The winner gets to be the winner for an entire week. And I cannot remember who was our last winner for last Saturday, but it doesn't matter. You know you are the winner. And today we're going to have a new one, okay? And it could be you again, whoever you are, the last week's winner. So if you win for the Saturday, Guess My Stitches, you stay a winner for the remaining week, okay? So it's a special title for Saturdays. And you can start to, you know, put your hair together and guess how many stitches I've done today. Hang on, let me just plug in my phone here. Whoops, sorry, technical situation here. Yeah, so all the numbers are flowing in, guys. So if you're new to the channel, welcome. And also come to join us to play this game with us, okay? It's called Guess My Stitches, as it says on the label. It's for you to guess the number of stitches I've done today. And please do not say, Yogi, I have no idea how many stitches you've done. Me either, okay? No one really does. It's a wild guess. Have a look at this. Yes, the numbers are flowing in through this high-tech machine here, okay, which I built in my basement with my power tools, okay. I have many power tools. You saw one of them yesterday for frogging, okay. I said it, the F word, but that was what happened yesterday. But I used various power tools to create this machine. So come and play with Yogi and all the stitchers in the chat. Just come forward and offer a number. That's it. That's all you have to do. I just created an illegal stitch. No, let me park here. Yes, I was going to stitch this one, but if I did that, it's going to create a boxed in situation. So I do not do it. I do not do it. So let me just park here. So this is it. This is my last stitch today. All right, let me give you a quick recap today. Okay, literally this is the complete area of the entire piece because I've just started it today and I don't think it's looking too bad at all. What do you think? So this piece, if you have no idea what I'm stitching, if you just arrived from outer space, okay, let me show you quickly of this mock-up. There you go. Now you know why I'm stitching it, because it's just glorious. It's absolutely beautiful. It's by Aimee Stewart because it's our Saturday Aimee Stewart Day. And this piece is called Vintage Toys 2. Okay, please don't ask me where the number 1 is. I have no idea. Ask Aimee Stewart. So this is number 2. And it's vintage style. It's really, really beautiful. Really, really, I love it. I love it. And it's got so much going on there. I just cannot wait. I cannot wait to stitch more of it. And so this is what I'm starting today. Okay, I literally just decided to start maybe a day and a half ago, two days ago, really. And I happened to have the fabric, so I didn't have to wait. And I just thought, well, now is the time, is, you know, the best time is now. So here we go, guys. Oh, yes, I see numbers flowing in. And as I said, Saturday category is a special category. And before I do so, just quickly, in case you don't know, this is 25 count, 1/1, okay? No controversy there. And so here we go. From the top, Callan 3, 325. Okay, you can kind of work out a little bit, but not entirely, because it's got these bits. You can't just count block by block, but 325 is coming from Callan, and Betty is 314, and Kimberly 398, and another Betty Lou Taylor is 334, and Captain Squirrel 310, Chloe 348, Jeanine 325, Jacqueline 351, and Christy 312. Everybody's trying to count with their mind, just scan the fabric. Yes, and Grace Houston 335, Clara 315, Susan 306, and Diana and 300 exact, and Suzanne 320, Candice 368, and Travis 345, Bess 342. Everybody can pick up this 300, element of it, but the question would be what, the exact number. And Bess Williams 342, Tracy 381, Laura 315, Lane 314, Rajal 398, Julie Charstrand. It's late. Yes, Julie. Let me just call you Julie. 271. Welcome. Love Drunk 330, Jackie James 309, Belinda 316, Jackie 326, Brittany 325, Alandria 322, Queen 328. Guys, yes, this is a brand new start today, okay? And a Saturday category as well. Who is going to be our winner today? Let's have a look. So this is where I am on a entire piece, just a little bit on the, upper left corner. I actually started from the upper left. It's remarkable. Guys, are you ready? I'm going to count to 3, 2. Who is going to be our winner tonight? 1. Boom. Ooh. Here we go. 323, guys. That's the grand total of the number of stitches Yogi has done today. 323. I have a feeling we have someone very, very close. 322 from Alandria. Anyone closer? The only way to beat Alandria is if you have 323. Anyone's got 323? 322, 323. I think Alandria might be our winner tonight. What do you think? It's Alandria, right? 32. Yes, Marsha 312. Alandria or Callan. What's Callan's number then? Let me scroll up. What's Callan's number? Is Callan at the top there? Yes, Callan 325. 323. I think Alandria is closer, but this is Saturday category. We have to be a little bit more strict, right? So it's Alandria, yes. Even though Callan is really well done as well, very close. Yes, round of applause to Alandria. You're the winner tonight. Yes, and you get to share the victory with Yogi, okay? Yogi wins every night, and particularly on Saturday. So, amazing, Alandria. And so close as well. Sometimes, we pick the closest, but sometimes it could be stitches away. So, Alandria, amazing. Look at the praises, the respect coming from the stitching world, from all over the world, different time zones. And, of course, you know what's coming, Alandria. You're the regular. So, here we go. The buffet is coming. And also Alandria is in the UK. So Alandria is standing here with me in the UK. And it's past midnight. Well done. All the guys in Europe and in the UK. Amazing. So here we go. And the buffet, the feast is coming up. And it's Saturday. So let's all share the buffet, shall we? Let's all dig in. And whether it's a snack, or a meal, I don't care. Whether it's a cheesecake or savory biscuits, cookies, doesn't matter. We eat and we celebrate. Thank you guys. And now it's 9 minutes from midnight. And from the sleepy London town, Yogi signing out. And thank you for your company today. And once again, thank you particularly for the members as well. Thank you for your support. And all of you, come and join me every day. And I hope you enjoy your stitching session as well. So tomorrow is Sunday. We're going to come back and do it again. We'll come back with a different piece. Who knows? Another new start from Yogi? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So this probably will be my last new start for this year. So here we go. Thank you guys. Night night. And a little bit of dolly love for the guys here in Europe and in the UK as well. Send us to bed. All right. Night night, everyone. And I've got a morning class tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Love you all. Bye bye.